What's up, chat? Chittity chat to the chat, chat. How y'all feeling this morning? Now we don't want to hear that. What's up, chat? This is Dr. Chief, this one sunflower, reporting live from the Hood to Hood podcast. How y'all feeling, chat? Let's get a vibe check. As you can see from the title, guys, we're just getting into a little bit of motivation tonight. Motivation is always going to be necessary along our journey from hood to hood, just to check in on the mental, okay? So if you're watching this on the replay, go ahead and smash that like button, push that share button, and also engage and comment and let me know how you feeling. Tap in. Tap in. Tap in, guys. So pursue happiness. Always pursue happiness. That is what we are focusing on in this stream. Is always pursuing happiness. This is just a chill vibe, talking about protecting your mental health during these propaganda-filled moments. You know, every time I say I'm gonna fall back on the propaganda and the news and the politics, something happens to pull me back in. And I think this is actually by design. I really think it's by design. You know, I ain't gonna even hold you. I ain't gonna even hold y'all on that. Okay? So we want to talk about protecting your peace, pursuing joy, and just building your mental wealth. Notice how I slid that in. Mental health is wealth. You gotta take care of your mind. So thank you to my returning viewers and to my new listeners. I stream every day, random times of the day, child, because my life is so crazy and busy, and you know, being a dentalpreneur is not for the week, okay? It's just not for the week. So from morning to night, super busy. But that's not the topic. That's not the topic tonight. First of all, how you feeling? How you doing today? You can see I was lit too. I'm a little sleepy, but I already went to sleep. I'm just an early riser. Alright. Just an early riser. So tonight I want to talk to the soul of anybody who is just tired, overwhelmed, and questioning your worth during these wild ass times. I'm here to remind you that your happiness is worth fighting for, not someday, but today. So many people put on an outside exterior like everything's cool and life be lifing. Life be lifing. So this is for the people who life is lifing for, who are tired, overwhelmed, and questioning these wild ass times. Listen, I had to tune these times out, because Trump is not about to stress me the hell out. Every other day he got something going on. I saw something say every time he get a 27 piece he be tripping. I thought that was funny as hell, because then after I saw the meme, I saw his hair and it looked like he hadn't got a little curl. You know, I'm like, what the hell? What is going on? Now my patients have mixed opinions about Trump. Some of them like, oh, Trump is a great leader. Trump is this. Trump is that. But my thing is, the politics is overwhelming. Whether you go for the red or the blue, the Dems or the Republicans, it's all very fucking draining. Because one minute they saying they're declaring war the next month. It's a ceasefire. It's like y'all was at war for 2 minutes. Is this really, like, is this real news? I'm just so confused. So I just have to not tune into that right now, because they be doing a little too much here in America. They do a little too fucking much. 2025 has not been the chill year that I thought it was going to be when it comes to like all of this politicky type shit. Like, it's just been too much for me. Okay, so that's why we want to check in on our mental and make sure that we're good. Make sure we're not watching this news all the time and getting sucked in to the propaganda. Make sure you getting out and living your best life, because tomorrow is not promised. You need to pursue your happiness every day, not just some days. Every day. I want to be pursuing my happiness like today, tomorrow, the next day, and the next day. However that looks for me, that's what I shall do. Living my purpose. Okay? Happiness is not a reward for life. This is your birthright to be happy. The world has a lot of us confused, especially when you come from the hood. That's why this is hood to hooded. When you come from the hood, it can feel like happiness is not, warranted to you. It can feel like happiness is not gonna come. It can feel like life be lifing all the time, and you just can't catch a fucking break. But this is all an illusion. Step outside of the matrix. Happiness is your birthright. What does this mean, my Niji? And I see also my Niji out there, all my copper tone, melanated, beautiful people of the world in Turtle Island. If you know who you know, if you know who you are, and you standing on business about who you are, if you know who you are, okay. So I was watching a video with Sophia Stewart. She's a Niji author who, wrote The Matrix and The Terminator. Well, she really had a manuscript called The Third Eye. But she talked a lot about getting out of the Matrix. Because the Matrix can have you so overwhelmed with life. Like now, everything is coming at people so fast. Especially when you come from poverty. Life be lifing real fast, real bad. And my thing is, people are always on the outside looking in. They will judge you. They will judge you so heavy. And so many people put on these outside exteriors of happiness when deep down there is no peace. The system teaches struggle, not peace. But power is in your peace. Learning how to have a peace of mind, quite frankly, that is priceless. Your peace of mind. So don't think of your happiness as something that's selfish. Don't think of it as something that you don't deserve. Don't think of it, one day I'll be happy. No, you got to strive for happiness right now. Forget the things that you don't have. You got to work hard for the things that you want. Stop giving up on yourself every day. Stop worrying about who don't like you. Stop worrying about who ain't fucking, contributing to your cause. That ain't gonna stop shit. You still must keep going. It's like Sophia Stewart. I was listening to her today and she talked about, the pseudo history, and I could tell she read Christopher Columbus. Because anybody who read Christopher Columbus, you have a whole nother perspective on life, on the things that you learn, on the history that we learn in high school. You have a whole nother perspective on who you are. and the importance of caring about who the hell you are. Some people wake up, they're like, I don't care. I don't have to know who I am. I don't need to know my ancestors. I don't really care. Well, then that's just you. That's called ignorance. Ignorance is to ignore or to push out storylines that aren't true because you've been taught to think that they're true and they're not. And when you live in a pseudo identity, many times this can lead you to think that happiness is not for you. Happiness is not due to you from the moment you arrived on this earth, baby. Let me tell you something. You were born to be happy. Now, all of us don't come into a life where it seems like it's set up to be that way. I know for me, as a child, it always seemed like my life was cursed. That's why it's the generational curse. I hone so much in on that because I really felt that shit. I really felt that. Like, I felt like even as a child, like, at some points, my life wasn't even worth it. Now, this is as a child. Not having your parents, most people won't understand how the hell that feels. I know how it feels. That's how I can speak on that. Not having my mom, that's one of the biggest hurdles that I'm going to forever face in my life. Is having a lifetime mostly without her and trying to figure it out. And just knowing how it felt when she was here. Like, your mom is supposed to be your hype woman. This is like, the person that you're going to cry to, the person that you're going to ask advice, all those things. So I feel like I felt like life cheated me out of that experience. And on many of occasions, the happy days, the sad days, it's always like, dang, I miss my mama. Something I'll never ever get over with. And when you lose parents, or if you have a parent who isn't present when you're young, that shit can eat you up. And it can put you on a path to unhappiness, a path to excuses, a path to complaining, a path to settling, a path to not really having all the pieces to the puzzle to get you where you need to be. Okay, my Niji. But today, I want to let you know that even in the most unfortunate circumstances, with whatever generational curse you may have faced, because I'm talking to my generational curse breakers here, people who want to have a hood-to-hooded mindset, meaning a mindset that says, fuck them excuses. No excuse is enough for me to trade in my happiness. And I know this as a kid. So those days I would feel down, immediately after, I'm like, I gotta get out of the hood. I gotta change this narrative. This will not be my future. This will not be who I'm gonna be forever. I'm elevating every single day. Even now, outside looking in, look easy. People, it look easy. You're gonna have people, count you out still. You're gonna have people, all the negativity. But you can't even worry about that. The one thing about happiness is we don't have time to worry about anything outside of your spiritual being. I mean, of course, family, your close loved ones, I'm not talking about that. But when it comes to happiness, that is an inside job. It is an inside job, and you got to know that it's your birthright. You got to know that it's in your DNA to be happy. Just because colonization, the system, propaganda tries to rob us from our happiness every day, the bills keep coming, the stress keeps coming. If it ain't one thing, it's another. When you come from the hood, it's like that movie Straw. It really be like that. If it ain't one thing, it's another. I had someone close to me tell me the Straw movie was like the time when I was graduating dental school. I didn't make this analogy, they did. They said that remind me of when you was going through dental school. What's up? That remind me when you was going through dental school. It was like things kept happening back to back. Back to back. Tyler Perry certainly know his audience, that's for sure. He definitely do know his audience. He does, because there's an audience built on, black women love Tyler Perry, but I don't even identify as black. I identify as Niji. And in the movie, I just know that coming from poverty, coming from the hood, sometimes it be like that for real. It be like that. Well, one thing happened after the next where you just can't catch a break. And he knows this. That's why he was raised in a household by a single black mother, right? So he knows the struggle. A lot of us know that struggle. I was raised in a household majority of the time with a single. At the time, I was identified as a black, but you know, by a single black woman. My grandmothers. At first, the main ones were Color Purple, Waiting to Exhale, How Stella Got Her Groove Back, and Now Straw. That's true. Color Purple, they definitely put that out there. I feel like that's another propaganda movie. Waiting to Exhale, I just watched Waiting to Exhale. How Stella Got Her Groove Back, yeah, my grandma used to watch all of those. One of my grandmas, that is. And Now Straw. Straw honestly had me in tears, but then when I saw the reactions of people after the movie was over, I was like, oh, they might not have ever, because they was like, I'm so tired of Tyler Perry playing on black women. Some people were saying that they get tired of, yeah, coming for black women. They got tired of him, I guess, feeding on the pain of the melanated women. But that's just like me with my hood to hooded journey. I'm always talking about this journey because that's just what I come from. The hood to hooded journey. So I know how it feels to have one thing happen after another. You get evicted, you're homeless, you're sick, this bill do, that bill do, something. It's just a lot going on. Well, Tyler Perry coddled and pandered to black women. That's his audience. The one thing about marketing, he knows his audience. And his audience, he'll tell you, is black women. He'll tell you that himself. He will definitely tell you that himself. But my point of this live is that happiness is not a reward. This is your birthright. You deserve to be happy regardless of what you came from, what you go through. Okay? They'll lie and be deceptive. Who will lie and be deceptive? He said Tyler Perry, Steve Harvey. I've been hearing a lot of people are not fooling with Tyler Perry. They are tired of him putting black women, aka Nesia women, in the position of the struggle. But guess what? The system teaches struggle, not peace. The system teaches struggle. So Tyler Perry was raised on a colonized system, so all he knew was the struggle. So that's what he puts in his movies, his plays, his sitcoms. It's all mostly surrounding what happens in the black community. Even Medea, she's a play on the grandma, the single grandma. Because Medea's not married. A lot of times the grandmas don't be married. And they're raising the children. I went through that. I had 2 grandmas who raised me. A lot of times they were single. Why do you think men why do you think men prioritize duty over happiness? I don't know. Because, I feel like a lot of people feel like they don't deserve to be happy. Or they count themselves out of being happy. They mostly identify with the struggle. And once you identify with the struggle, it's kind of hard to break that and identify with something else. So I feel like Tyler Perry just hasn't seen maybe a lot of women growing up who were not feeding off the struggle. Supreme Rising. Supreme Rising. Manifestation hours, periods. So duty is more important than happiness. So that's like duty. It's my duty to care for my patients, right? And you said, do you think duty is more important than happiness? It depends on how you really trying to ask that question. Because the duty is what you're expected or obligated to do. So that means I'm trying to see how to really answer that. Let me think about that for a second. Do you think duty, something you're obligated to do, is more important than happiness? No. I think happiness is more important than. That's a trick question because I'm a doctor, so from a dentist standpoint, I feel like my duty is to care for the patients, but honestly, you can't do that unless you're happy. So at the end of the day, happiness is going to trump everything because when you feed from a place of happiness, hopefully you're doing something that you love and then you will fulfill your duty and your purpose because you're happy. If you're not happy and you're feeding off of the struggle, then you're going to do things out of duty. Like, that's how a lot of dentists get burnt out. You hear a lot of dentists, some of them committing suicide because they're doing things from doing what they were trained to do from a duty perspective versus a happiness perspective. And I feel like you really have to know your happiness levels. Because if you're not happy and you're pretending to be happy, it's going to show in everything that you do. If you're not happy and you're just doing it as a duty, then it's going to show in everything that you do. Now, I will say with the movie Strong, I do feel like it didn't have a good ending for Janiyah. I think her name was Janiyah, for Taraji character. It didn't have a good ending. I didn't like that ending. I thought it just led to nothing. She went through all of the suffering only to have nothing positive happen at the end. It was just like a downhill spiral. So that's one thing I didn't like. It didn't have any type of happy ending. I would have liked to see it end with a happy ending, but it ended really sad. Magical manifestation equals failure. What do you mean by that? For example, do you think it's appropriate for women to end their marriage or with their family citing happiness or their lack thereof? Do you think it's appropriate for women to end their marriage or wreck their family citing happiness or I have ended a relationship because of unhappiness. So I think that it is appropriate for not only women or men to get out of a situation that is not serving your happiness, because you know, tomorrow ain't promised. You only live once. You don't have time to be waiting on people to get their shit together. You know, there was just this video circulating about this couple. They were very toxic, and they now are unalive because they were pursuing happiness, but it was a lot of toxicity. They put the duty, like you said, above the happiness. They put the, oh, we got a kid together, oh, we got this together, so we can't. No, 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 no. You have to be happy. You can't be happy for other people. You can't be happy for yourself. And if you're in a relationship that does not serve you, then you got to get the hell out. I believe in that. Who could ever promise an endless stream of happiness? No. See, when it comes to an endless stream of happiness, that's why this is important. It's a pursuit of happiness. No one can promise an endless stream of happiness. Nobody can do that. But you see, optimistic people, they're always going to look at situations without the excuse. They're going to look at the situation and try to see the positive. Like, that's not always going to happen. Where you're putting an anomaly at the forefront as if it's the norm. What do you mean? Manifestation hours one. What do you mean by that? So confused. What you mean by that? Let me know what you mean by that. Because I mean, happiness is a personal decision. But when it comes to mental health, a lot of times mental health blocks you from being happiness. The generational curse is, if you've never been through a generational curse, then you might look at happiness totally different than somebody who has went through trauma, somebody who has went through letdown after letdown, they may look at happiness differently. Your kick keeps deleting my text. So if you try to write something a word that I have banned, then it's gonna delete it. So if you're trying to write something crazy, it'll delete it. I don't know what you're trying to write, but I definitely have filters on my kick. Cause kick, listen guys, the people on kick be trolling. They be coming and saying some crazy shit. So I block anything that I don't like. I block the word so that people can't use it because they be doing too much. You know, this ain't one of those streams where you come in here and I will block. Okay. I'll say, well, you made an example of a couple unaliving themselves over prioritizing duty. Happiness is internal and mental is all up to you. Period. It is internal. I don't understand. You said, well, I made an example of a couple unallowing themselves over prioritizing duty. Yeah, they did. They prioritized their duty to stay together and try to raise a family over their individual happiness. And this creates toxic environments. Like, I have been in a relationship that was long term and I just kept trying and trying and trying. Regardless of what people say, oh, it's not gonna. I kept trying and trying and trying and trying to the point where I was like, this is like my 100th fucking time trying. I'm tired of trying. I can't sabotage my happiness, my sanity, trying to stay in a situation that society tells me I should push through when I know shit is not going forward. This is gonna weigh me down as a person, and I have too much trauma already to be dealing with other people damn shit. So I have to get out of the trauma, work on myself, and get my own happiness. And that's when I even got a tattoo to pursue happiness, because I felt like I wasn't. I was pursuing my duty to something, and that duty was taking me the hell out. It was burning me out. I wasn't focused on my doctoral degree. I could have lost that. I could have lost a lot of myself trying to fulfill a duty over happiness. And that's why I will never sacrifice my happiness, my mental health, to try to fill a duty. Even with dentistry, I can't try to fill my duty as a doctor unless I'm happy. I don't want to show up and be unhappy from the inside. My patients are going to see that. They need their doctor to show up with optimism, with energy. And if I can't do that, I don't need to be doing this profession. And you'll see that a lot. It's a lot of dentists now who are very mean. They're very rude. They forget the training. They don't have bedside manners because they lost the happiness. Now they're just doing this to fulfill a duty, to pay their bills. They're not happy anymore. Then they get burnt out, and then they go and don't want to be here anymore because it's too much. Nothing crazy, but I'm not sure why it keep blocking. Do you think that's wrong for a couple to work through things to keep the family together? I don't think it's wrong. It's all like based on the situation. I've seen people work through things for years, and it was bad shit, but they worked through it and they stay together. Hey, whatever floats your boat. Well, what are you doing to work through your trauma? Doctoral degree. You're a career student. What do you do in dentistry? Do you only look at people who have bad and unfavorable circumstances? You said a lot there, Blockchain. In what am I doing to work through my trauma? So for me, I feel like the childhood trauma, which is why I talk about it, I heal. My mom, I can't talk to her, so that's a forever wound I feel like I have. I don't think I'll ever fully heal from losing my mom as a child. That's a big source of my trauma. So to be able to make it out of that, to pursue a doctoral route, that was really hard. So I feel like never quitting on my dreams was actually me working through my trauma. And now just having a better relationship with my father is helping me work through the trauma. Now if I have a question or we have a disagreement, he know I'm coming straight to him and being able to talk about it. So as you get older, the people you had issues with, like I had a grandparent who we didn't have the best relationship as a child because of the way that my siblings and I were kind of treated, but we worked through these things. People growing up, society has different standards, people dealing with their own trauma. It's just a lot when you're coming from poverty in the hood and being underserved. So me, I worked through my trauma by realizing that the system is set up for us to fail, to feed off the struggle, to have those negative vibes, to push inequality, and just for you to fail. I could have been a stereotype. Technically, guys, I wasn't supposed to make it in a lot of people's eyes. They thought that I would be a teenage mother. They thought that I would be a dropout. They thought a lot about me coming from where I came from. So for me to work through my trauma, I had to really believe in myself and just keep pushing, despite what the stereotypes told me, despite what people thought that I should be, because I didn't have the parents, because I grew up through custody battles and just feeling really sad and down and depressed about not having my parents around as a child. That really bothered me. Going to see my dad in prison and things like that really fuck with me. So I had to really grow up and keep striving. Even now it's tough. Sometimes I have those moments where I do miss my mom. I do feel like I'm not as happy as I could be. That's why it's the pursuit of happiness. It's the pursuit of happiness. You asked a lot of questions. Let me go back. Doctoral degree, yes. You're a career student. Yes, I am a student of life. What do you do in dentistry? I am a dentalpreneur. I run a dental practice, so I do a lot in dentistry, extractions, all of that. The entrepreneur side and the dentistry side, which is very, very tough. Do you only look at people who have bad, unfavorable circumstances? Definitely not. I love looking for inspiration from people who are successful. I love being inspired from people who are living their best life, because like I said, I didn't have that roadmap growing up, so I'm just going and building my own path, making my own roadmap, and not being really led in this direction. So I definitely don't look at people who have bad and unfavorable circumstances. My thing is, I don't want to be in the room if I'm the smartest person in the room. I need to be in the room with people who are happy, doing better, that I can feed off of, that I can grow from. Not people who are sad, depressed, not pursuing happiness, focusing on their excuses, because I can't grow like that. I can't pour into myself by being in a negative environment. That's like when you have a good fruit or good fruit, fresh fruit next to fruit that is molding, you're going to pick up on that energy. Now you decaying. Now your insides are decaying. Now you are complaining. Now you are pessimistic. Now you don't see happiness in nothing because you're around people who always got the bad vibes. Okay? I am trying to keep up, LOL. Are you speaking with a coach or consultant? No, or therapy. I used to have therapy in high school, college, definitely. I didn't even mention that. So yeah, that was definitely how I got through trauma. Even in high school, the high school that I went to, they actually put me in mandatory like counseling to deal with the issues that I was having at home. Yes, I was a smart ass student, but I still had those issues that I was dealing with at home, and they forced me to do it. As a teenager, I didn't really think it helped, but in retrospect, it definitely helped me to cope with my emotions. Was the doctorate degree a way to cope? That's a good question. I noticed that in the black community, especially among the females, unfortunately, children will never give or extend the same grace they give their mom to their fathers. Oh, you made some very valid points here. So was the doctoral degree a way to cope? I feel like it was. Well, the thing with the doctoral degree, before my mom passed, she told me that I would be a doctor. She saw this in me, so that was something that was like a seed planted for me, right? So I feel like it was a way for me to cope, and also a way for me to get out of poverty. That's a very good question that I have never been asked. And I definitely think that it's true. Because I find myself, now that I have the doctoral degree, I feel like I did it to make my family proud. And a lot of times I feel like people aren't proud. They are acting different now. And when I was in pursuit of this doctoral degree, people would say, oh, it's lonely at the top, Dr. Sean. I didn't really know what that means. I didn't understand what that means. I'm family oriented. And I had to learn quickly after graduating that, hey, people change. The family ain't the same no more. What I did the doctoral degree to make people proud, now I have to really, make sure I'm doing it for me and for me to be happy and to also help people. But it was definitely a way for me to cope with what I went through. It kind of made me see like, dang, those stereotypes that they put on you was all lies. You really made it through. You really survived. You really did that. You really broke those generational curses. Regardless of how hard it was, you proved that you can make it regardless of what you go through or what traumatized you as a child. You can make it. I noticed that in the black community, especially among the females, unfortunately, children will never give the same grace they give their mom to their fathers. That's true. Let's talk about it. In the melanated communities, children do not give the same grace they give their mom to their father, because I feel like a lot of times the mom has to be the one stuck being the single parent. Yes, you do have single fathers, but most of the time, daddy's maybe and mama's baby. So the daddy, I watch Paternity Court all the time, and you'll see the fathers, they get to go and live their best life. Like when my mom died, my daddy, he didn't get access to us. The courts told him no, he was unfit. They told him no. The court told him no. And then they said they made a battle between my grandmothers. But as I got older, I had a lot of resentment towards my dad for him not being there. And I feel like a lot of children have that resentment, but it's because what else you supposed to do? You need your father present when you're growing up during those critical years of your life. You need that. And that's a double-edged sword, because I needed it, but I still kind of did it without having that foundation. So you can make it either way. But people gonna hold a grudge against their dad. Mom, they will forgive, but dad, a lot of times dads just, I don't want to talk about all dads, just some dads. Some dads. The whole mom is always right, dad is whack mentality is big in the black community. That's true. That is true. That is true. But the mothers, they show up a little bit different. Most of the time, not all of the time. Sometimes the dads be better parents than the moms. So that is totally situational. But I definitely see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. But coming from a environment where my father wasn't really present in the way that I needed him to be present, you know, that fuck with you mentally, and it can create those grudges. And when my mom, as a child, honestly, she wasn't there the way I wanted her to be either. I was living with my grandmother even when my mom was alive before she passed away, so I always felt like, dang, you know, my mom don't want me, my dad don't want me. Not that they don't want me, but they don't have the life that affords to raise me. But granted, my mama had me when she was 14 years old, so she was just a child having a child. So in my situation, there's a lot that I have to go back and understand about her being a teenage mom, my dad being a little bit older, and the dynamics back then. And then I have to worry about him when I think about him going to jail and prison and having to go and visit him in jail. Then I have to think about colonization and how that impacted fathers in the hood, and especially where I come from in Florida. They target the needy, the melanated men a lot heavier in Florida. So part of the reason for them not being there could be partly blamed on the judicial system, partly blamed on the street life, and partly blamed on generational curses, because my dad didn't have his dad. He didn't meet his dad until his dad literally almost passed away. I think at the funeral. He didn't even meet his dad. So then that's a generational curse from his dad to him, because he don't know how to be a dad. Now he passed that on to his kids. So you see what I'm saying? That's where the generational curses start, because how can I expect my dad to be a dad when he didn't have a dad? But at the same time, there's some dads who be like, I didn't have a dad a father figure, so I don't want my kids to go through that. So it all depends on the person, whether they're going to allow the generational curse or what they were raised up in to be who they become, or are you going to be the opposite of that? And me, I could have been a product of my environment. Just some hoochie, ready to, ride or die. I could have been that. Every resource for me to be that, I saw. And I said, oh, hell no. I don't want to do that. I want to be something different. My mom planted that seed. She was just a little kid herself. But for her to even think that I could be a doctor at just a little kid, that was all the motivation I needed. Because obviously she saw something in me. And like you said, that dream kind of sheltered me from the trauma. I have a book full of certificates that I kept over the years. Nobody kept them for me. I kept them. I have over 50, 60, I don't know how many it is, a book full of them. Nobody kept them. I kept them from a little girl. So that should tell you that I use education as a way to deal with the trauma. School was really like my refuge. Because when I went to school, I could be on the even playing field with other kids just based on my mindset, just based on my knowledge. In ninth grade, I was in classes with other kids who had both of their parents. Like, they come from a good background, from what I could see in school. And we had to write an essay to go, and we would win a trip to Indianapolis, like a full paid trip to Indianapolis, Indiana for the NSBE conference. That's the National Society of Black Engineers. I was one of those students who won the scholarship just from writing. So a lot of times, school was my refuge because I would win shit just from writing, just from competing. Here I am, this little hood girl, ninth grade, on my first plane trip, headed to Indianapolis with a whole bunch of my friends. We get there, we ride in the limo to the hotel. We among all these elite melanated people. This is what I'm seeing, not because I focus on the trauma or the setbacks or what I didn't have, but because I said, I'm gonna use my mind to make sure I can see the world. I'm gonna use my mind to make sure I can get out of the hood. That's why I went to New York City. As this hood girl from Tallahassee, Florida, I'm in New York City working at the Brooklyn Hospital as a doctor. Major. But that didn't come overnight. That didn't come from me dwelling on my trauma. That came from me pursuing happiness despite my trauma. That's why it's the pursuit of happiness. Because nobody can promise happiness every day. Nobody is really happy every day because life be life and shit be happening. So for me, I use that trauma as a way for me to fuel my dreams, as a way for me to fuel my vision. When it came to the decision, should I stay in Nashville or go to New York City, I'm a dreamer. I'm always going to be like, hell, all the pieces don't line up, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to take the risk and see what can happen because I know tomorrow ain't promised. I lost my mom way too early, so I know tomorrow is not promised to nobody. You got to get it today. Be happy today. Don't be waiting until next year to be happy. Like, what? What's that about? But yeah, you're right. Mama is always right. Daddy is whack. Not daddy is whack. That is funny as hell. That is the mentality. Unless you got one of those good fathers, then I don't feel like my daddy was whack. I just feel like he was a product of his environment. He fed into it. He could have took the other road, but going to court trying to fight for your kids when you have a record and all of that, and then you got the white judge sitting in here saying you're not qualified. That could tear you apart as a black man. Okay, that could tear. And I seen situations where baby mamas just do the most to the daddy to just ruin his connection to the child. I seen that too. So it just depends. That's a heavy topic right there. Definitely on point with the podcast though. Do you think you'll ever find happiness? Absolutely. I found happiness. Happiness, remember, is an inside job. So the only way I'm going to find it is on the inside. Yes, other people can be a source of joy and a beacon of hope and happiness, but it is an inside job. If I ever try to find happiness from the outside, then bring it in, it's not going to work. It has to be from the inside looking out. That's what I realized. In order for me to be happy, this is an everyday thing. I have to wake up, look in the mirror, and say something wonderful is going to happen to me. Leave from a place of positivity. Yes, we're going to go through shit. But if you want to be happy, it's internal. It's not external. And I feel like with relationships, even with your parents, you can't rely on your parents all the time to be the source of your happiness. You still have to learn how to be the generator for your own happiness. You can't rely on other people. You can't rely on your spouse. You can't rely on your kids to bring you happiness. An inside job. Yes, if they are positive people, they can contribute, but you got to find it yourself. I hope you don't mind the engagement. I'm trying to keep the conversation going and maintain a constant flow. It's interesting. Are you currently married, have kids? I am not married right now, and I don't have kids right now, but I am in a relationship. Um, yeah, I don't mind the engagement at all. It's actually keeping me going because I just be going live. I'm on a consistency challenge, so I'm here to build my community. So I don't mind the questions at all. It actually keeps me going. Many times when y'all see me on here yapping, is because I just don't want to be sitting on the camera like staring. So I try to provide some type of insight until people ask a question. You know. The best way to heal is working while you wait. Have direct reflection on your trauma and identify the lesson. Understand what led you there and the environment. Cry and kill fear. I never talked to. Wow. That was a lot. And one, hold on, we gotta go back. We gotta go back on that one. I never talk to anyone. I self-heal and keep up the process to maintain a balance and transmute into positive energy. That was deep. Do you have school debt? Yes, I have school debt. Did I get a full ride? No, I did not. That's another product of going from the hood. You don't know. With me, I feel like college was so out of the norm. I didn't apply regular. I didn't have no parents like, hey, apply to it. I did it all on my own. Like, taking the test for school. I was a first generational college student, so I had to figure that shit out on my own. In high school, I was pretty much working from 10th grade on up until now, trying to pay for my own senior fees, paying for my own prom, paying my own phone bill. I bought myself a car at 16. I was like a very, very mature, wise young lady at a very young age. But that still didn't put me in the best position when you don't have those parents to guide you, because even though I was smart and I probably could have got scholarships, I didn't apply early enough. I applied to college late because I'm like, dang, my friends are getting college acceptances and I ain't even applied yet. So I applied late. I feel like that hindered me going from poverty, not being able to set myself up for those opportunities. But I can't go back. All I could do now is have this podcast, do my emergency walk, and teach the young people how to not do these things, or how to set themselves up for success a little bit better. Do I think I could have got a full ride? Yeah, but like I said, I had to work and go to school, so that might have messed me up some kind of way. But I still made it. Still made it. But back to the first question. The best way to heal is working while you wait. Meaning working on yourself while you're waiting on the healing. That is true. And that's what I feel like I did. I worked on myself while I was going through finding my happiness despite the trauma. Have a direct reflection on your trauma. I definitely have a direct reflection on the trauma. That is a good statement. Being able to directly talk about your trauma. Most people go through trauma and they never ever talk about it. For example, I know this is kind of crazy, but a lot of molestation, I don't know if they gonna, but a lot of that goes on in the melanated community, the black community. It goes on and people don't talk about it. They hide it. It be family secrets, and that's traumatizing as hell, especially when you have family members who do these things and you have to live with it, and you bury that resentment, and it ruins your life. It ruins a lot of people's life. Okay, and you can't even talk about it. Think about that. How can you heal from that? But you have to work on it and directly reflect on it. Maybe, confront the accuser sometimes, but I don't know. That can get a little tricky. And then understand what led you there. So when you go through things like that, or losing a parent, life leads you there, because this isn't something that you choose. Life leads you to the point where you take a loss. Life leads you to the point where you have a bitterness about a bad relationship, or where you made a decision to stay in a bad situation for the duty versus the happiness. Life leads you there. The environment definitely leads you there. Your environment can make or break you. If you absorb all of the negativity, the drug dealers, you know, the crime, the financial stress that comes with being in the hood, it can make or break you. It says, kill fear. I never talk to anyone. I self heal. That's awesome to be able to self heal. But sometimes people have to talk to people to get the trauma out, because many of us coming from underserved environments, we don't have the tools to self heal. People just don't have the tools. The only tool they use is, hey, I'm going to turn to alcohol. I'll turn to a life of drugs. I'll turn to a life of crime. I'll turn to a life of, quitting or having excuses, and just everywhere you go, they're just pessimistic people. They don't have the ability to self heal. So to be able to self heal and to understand what you went through and to directly reflect on your trauma and to heal while you're waiting is a lot to ask for somebody who has been through a life of trauma. It's a lot to ask, just to be honest. That's why therapy is important. But they shun therapy in our community, but it can be helpful. So to be able to understand and understand and overstand, sometimes life have to kick you up and down a couple times for you to even get it, to catch up, to even know, damn, I'm not happy. I'm not even pursuing my happiness. Like, what am I doing? I'm just wasting my time every day. For example, people go to work 9 to 5 every day for 40, 50 years unhappy, being treated like they fresh off, I don't even want to say that, but they just being treated like nobody, not even able to live their best life. That's not pursuing happiness. That's pursuing a paycheck. You're not trying to be a boss or a leader of your time and your mind. You're settling. And as long as we settle, that's not pursuing happiness. If you're not able to reflect on your trauma and overcome it and figure out how it has hindered you and move forward and get better with your inside happiness every day, then it's only going to lead to more trauma. You will be surprised if you sit your father down and ask him to hear his story and his side of things. You'll be surprised what he shares. Chris Rock said only women, children, and family pets are loved unconditionally. Fathers are loved only under the condition they can provide something. Wow. It's not true. That second part is not true. You will be surprised if you sit. Yes. So, with me and my dad, we have such a, I can say amazing. I don't know if I can say amazing, but we have such a healed, loving, unconditional relationship right now, because I did sit down, but I feel like I still have more questions to ask, and I'm writing my book, so I really need to, not writing my book. I wrote my book, but I'm editing it, but I feel like I got some parts of it wrong. But I did ask him, you see this book, I did ask him some of those questions. I've been asking people some of those questions, and this is what I have to add to my book, because what I thought about his life and how I pictured it as a kid is totally different than the reality. Because when he tells me the stories, I'm like, holy shit, I didn't know that. So you're absolutely right. You have to sit down with your parents before they pass. I didn't have the opportunity to do this with my mom because she passed too early. But with my dad, I definitely talk to him every day and ask those difficult questions, and he helps me out a lot dealing with my sad days now. And it's amazing when you can forgive your parents, or even just forgive the whole situation, forgive yourself, and just move from that instead of staying bitter and blaming them and not understanding what they went through. And my dad's side, I understand his side. That's why I say, hey, the courts really kind of hindered him from doing what he needed to do, and I get all of that. And we can't stay stuck in the past. Like, I'm trying to move forward and pursue happiness, not pursue excuses or pursue trauma. When you stay in those traumatic topics and you don't get it out and heal from it. You pursuing trauma. You pursuing drama. You pursuing a life of negativity. You're not pursuing positive vibes. You trying to sit here and blame somebody over and over and over again so they can feel how you feel and, have an attitude and make sure they hurt like you hurt and make sure that you know that you hate them. That ain't gonna get you nowhere. That's not gonna get you nowhere. I realize that if I don't respect my elder like my dad, then I won't be blessed. That's the one thing I did realize from a very young age is, hey, I have to respect this man or I won't be blessed. Now, I won't tolerate disrespect. And if you bring my happiness down, then we have to love each other from a distance. But fortunately, we were able to work through those difficult conversations. I was able to tell my truth. And a lot of people were tell my dad, hey, you hear how Sean be talking about you? My dad like, hey, she's telling the truth. That's the truth. That's my reality. It might hurt sometimes, but guess what? You heal when you talk about the hurt and you move on and you see other people's perspective. And I'm continuing to sit down with him and get that out because it's uncomfortable as a child asking your parents these questions, but you have to do it. You have to do it. It's the only way to understand. Children, women, and family pets are loved unconditionally. Fathers are loved only if they can provide something. Well, I mean, a woman, especially a mother, has to provide, care and love. So people gonna love their mama for carrying them into the world, regardless. The mama provide from day zero, and the dad do too, because it takes two to make the babies. But the mama carry the baby. Children love unconditionally. I don't know if children love unconditionally because I wasn't a child that was loved unconditionally. So Chris Rock might not be right about that. I feel like I was a child that was loved by certain people unconditionally, but not all people. A lot of people, once my mom died, they forgot that shit, and then they would treat you like shit. Even as a kid with your mom not here, that's the opportunity for people to prey on you, treat you like shit, try to molest you, things like that. So I don't know about that statement in pets. So that's just a generic statement. Chris Rock don't know what the hell he's talking about, because I seen some great fathers who don't have the money, but they have the spirit and they show up in the spirit. And you know what? Showing up for your kid, that time, you gotta provide the time. The kid don't really care about all the other stuff. Maybe the modern kids, I don't know, but you gotta provide the time. So that's kind of like that's not a general statement, I don't feel. Very situational. Mom didn't teach me anything. Dad taught me more in the first 8 years of life than she did. Totally. Sometimes you have to talk to yourself. Yes. Wow. See? That's just what I said. It depends on the situation. Sometimes the moms be good. Sometimes the dads be good. It just depends on each situation, because all children aren't loved unconditionally. All women aren't loved unconditionally. We just talked about a woman who was unalived by her husband on Facebook Live, and then he unalived himself. That's not unconditional, you know what I mean? So it's that really ain't it. I seen women, even in my line of work, who went through domestic violence, things like this. That's not loving unconditionally. I've seen fathers who be great fathers, better than the mothers, who've been single fathers. I've seen that. And I've seen moms who are deadbeat, who don't teach their kids nothing, who don't show up for their children. They just ruin their life. I've seen this. Very, very situational. Sometimes you have to talk to yourself. Sometimes you have to encourage yourself. That was me. I had to encourage myself a lot. When you come from the hood and you don't have other like-minded people, and you're the chosen one, and maybe you're the black sheep and people don't understand, and you just trying to make it out, you got to encourage yourself. You got to talk yourself into some greater situations. Talk yourself into those positive situations. Keep your vibes positive at all times. Most people have no choice except to settle. Period. But even that is I think you have a choice. You can either settle or you can not make excuses. That's why this whole podcast exists, because you think that you don't have a choice. You think that struggle is in your DNA, but you have a choice. It's just been set up for you to think that you don't have a choice. It's been set up for you to think that you have to settle for a life that you don't want to live. But you know what? If you don't want to settle, it's going to require a lot of energy on your behalf. A lot of talking yourself into those positive vibes. A lot of encouragement on your behalf. A lot of overcoming your trauma and healing. If you don't want to have excuses. If you don't want to settle. Because it's so easy to settle in that bad relationship. It's so easy to get stuck year after year dealing with things that you want to deal with, don't want to deal with. It's so easy to settle for not having a good relationship with your parent because y'all don't want to talk it out and too much drama involved. Nobody want to mature. Nobody want to grow the hell up. Everybody want to live in the past. It's so easy to settle for the job that don't want you to even take off to be with your sick loved one. They don't want you to take a vacation or they threaten it. It's so easy to settle until you realize the mental capacity that you have between, the mental capacity that you have to change your narrative. You don't have to settle for nothing. Nothing. I don't believe in, oh, I gotta settle. Listen, man, listen. So many opportunities for me to settle have crossed my path. Settling? What is that? You want to make it from anywhere, you cannot settle. It is so easy to get into that comfort zone. It is so easy to be unhappy and comfortable. Did you hear me? So many people will think, okay, I don't have a choice, I'm going to settle. But they settling in unhappiness. You settling in a pool of unhappiness. You forcing your brain to do this, right? You're forcing your brain to say, I don't want shit out of life but what I got right now, and I'm not going to try harder. I'm not going to start that business. I'm not going to even get on YouTube and make some money. Most people can make money on YouTube just by telling me. I'm not going to do nothing but complain, stay black, and die. I'm not going to even realize who my true identity is. Most people won't even go and read who they truly are. They'll just say, no, I'm from slavery. I'm from this. Versus doing their genealogy and knowing who the hell they are and standing on business about it. Because guess what? Colonization teaches you need to settle. You can't be more than what we told you can be. Your history comes from nothing. I'm going to tell you who you are. I'm going to teach you who you are. I'm going to teach you that you come from the struggle and that you can't be nothing more than what I allow you to be. I'm going to prevent you from being great. I'm going to give you less resources. I'm going to count you out every time you apply for a job. I'm going to make a law that harasses you when you just driving. I'm going to do everything in my power to make you feel helpless, hopeless, to make you feel like you need my permission to rest, to make you feel like you need my permission to be happy, to make you feel like you need my permission to even take off a day from your job. That's what society teaches us. That's what society makes you feel like you don't have a choice but to settle. But happiness, like we started out saying, is your birthright. Okay? Happiness is your birthright. So you got to protect your peace like it's currency. You got to protect your happiness like this is money. Most people around here chasing money and you're not even chasing your own happiness. Do you know it's people who live in mansions, drive fancy cars, they get all the money and they still not happy? Happiness cannot be bought most of the times. Yes, money can make you happy, I guess, if you very into tangible things. But if you're into intangible things, if you into stimulating your mind and growing every day, money don't buy happiness. It's an inside job. Money can contribute to the happiness. It does make things a lot easier. Now, we ain't gonna sit here in front and lie, but it doesn't buy happiness. You gotta have that already from the inside out, not the outside in. It's not what's on you. It's not these clothes. It's not these earrings. It's not them Jordans. It's not that Louis bag. It's not that Versace. It's the inside-achi. I just made that shit up, but it's not the Versace. It's the inside-achi. Oh, y'all, I crack myself up. Don't mind me. the inside, Hachi Mainiji. Okay? So don't mask your pain with just busyness, settling, pretending like you happy. We have a lot of people on the internet nowadays, they pretend like they happy. They're not really happy. They settle, but they also don't want to work hard. They don't understand this other side is very fucking hard. That's why the Hood to Hooded podcast, I'm talking about, you start from zero, and in order to get to this other level, you got to climb those stairs. You got to go through some things. You're going to have to go through some things that make you uncomfortable. Nothing was more uncomfortable than me sleeping in the car, during parts of my journey. But when I was in that car, I wasn't with the pessimistic mindset. I'm like, hell, this is what I got to do to get where I'm trying to go. Where the pillow? Where's the pillow? Because this pain won't last forever. I won't be in this situation forever. I'm not just sleeping in this car without a plan or a vision. I'm sleeping in this car because I have a plan. I have a vision. And I know this isn't my final destination. Just because you're in a dark place, that ain't your final destination unless you settle. Unless you ain't trying to get out. Unless you act like you don't have a choice. There's a book called Dad, I Want to Hear Your Story, a father's guided journal to share his life and his love. He can fill it out and give it to you. Oh, I need to check that out. You seem to always go to dark places and bad examples. Not all. It does not have to be absolute value or none. What do you mean by that? I always go to dark places and bad examples. What do you mean? Tell me what you mean by that. She hates my success because she bet against my creativity and gossip when she could have just helped to control. What's crazy, she didn't try to control the others. Wow. I'm sorry that you had to go through that. Well, people gonna bet on you, gossip about you all the time, but sometimes it be your parents. I never had a mom growing up, so I don't understand how they could do that, but I have seen bad parents, and you just have to love these people from a distance, but you can't let them kill your vibes. But back to she is successful. Yeah, gossiping is bad in the hood. It's bad gossiping, especially about your child. I know how that can be very hurtful. Period. Mothers carry for 9 months. Fathers carry the family for 9 months. Plus after birth. When women are codded, pampered, and tailored to when they're pregnant. Well, let's say you wanted to live in a mansion. You cannot magically manifest that. Let's say you wanted a small subset of men. Most women would want that unicorn man. Well, you cannot magically manifest this godly man. Is it colonization or feminism? Oh, colonization. Let's not even play with it. Where do you think life would be if you prioritize a man in marriage over being independent and a student? Money doesn't buy happiness. It certainly helps. It definitely helps. LOL. Factual. You have wicked laugh. Well, people, you very judgmental. Okay, let's start there, Mr. Judgmental or Mrs. Judgmental. Well, people have duty. People have bills to pay. One cannot magically manifest happiness. See, where should I go back with this? You got some points. I guess you're making some points. Because you said, first of all, you said, I tend to go to, well, let's go back to the top. You seem to always go to dark places and bad examples. So, this is the thing. My examples are my examples. My story is my story. If it seems like I'm always going to a traumatic place to tell my story, maybe this is just my story. Like, I don't have, this is the thing. People always look at me and think I'm supposed to have this peachy, rosy colored, silver spoon story. That just ain't my story. I'm sorry if it's a bad example to you, but this is my life, And me coming from hood to hood is not a bad example. I think it's actually a miracle. To come out of a dark place to come to where I am now is just a testimony. That's all it is. Most people can't even handle it, but that's all it is. Everybody don't have the same story. If you're looking for a peachy cream story, it's not here. It's not here. But the fact that I'm on here, able to talk about it, express myself, share what I went through, is just my story. It is what it is. And I feel like people gonna judge you either way. So I just tell my story, and it is what it is. And then you said, is it colonization or feminism? It's definitely colonization, unless you don't believe in colonization. And I don't know what your background is, but let me just tell you my background. So I came from thinking that I was black, thinking that my ancestors came from slavery, thinking that we came from this, not knowing my genealogy until just about a year ago. I learned that the government lied. I learned that the things that I learned in school was not true. I learned that in fact my ancestors are indigenous to Turtle Island. They're Choctaw, Creek, Niji, misclassified. Colonization has done a nut job on my people. Got us so lost in the sauce. So every day I fight for the truth. Yeah, that's an ugly truth, but you can't make something rosy that's not. You just can't make something positive when it's still going on today. So I damn sure think it's colonization. It's not feminism, it's colonization. White supremacy. Things people don't really like to talk about. That's what it is. The hard truths people don't want to hear because they don't really want to know who they are. So when I did my genealogy last year, right, it changed something in me. You say people have bills to pay, right, and that's the problem. This is all from colonization. It's gonna go too deep for this live right now. But you can manage it. You can manifest anything you want. You can manifest anything you want. But if you had a mindset, well, people have a duty. One cannot magically manifest happiness. These are pessimistic phrases. This is a pessimistic sentence. One cannot magically manifest happiness. You actually saying everything opposite of what I'm saying, because what I'm saying is you can manifest whatever the hell you want. You can manifest whatever you want in your life. And you ask me, where do I think life would be if you prioritize a man and marriage over being independent and a student? I've been married. See, you got to know who you're talking to. I've been married. Prioritize somebody who I shouldn't have. I don't talk about that a lot, but it almost broke my happiness, killed my dream from over caring about something I shouldn't have been in the first place. This is when having a father to guide you when it comes to love and relationships is important, because when you don't have that, you end up making a lot of bad decisions. You end up making a lot of bad decisions, staying in situations where you shouldn't even be in. So to answer that question, I've been there. That student who was working 2 and 3 jobs, taking care of grown people, children, as a student, still survived. See, my story is not that rosy colored story you think it is. Just because I show up here and share positive vibes and tell my story, I don't tell everything, and I don't hear. It's too much to tell here in an hour. That's why there's this book, The Dr. Sean Story, because it's too much to tell here. And that's why people will judge you and not even know who you are. So where do I think my life would be if I had to prioritize a man in marriage over being independent and a student? You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? So I wasn't independent and a student. I was in a relationship that wasn't bringing me happiness as a student. Overworking. Pursuing the happiness that never was going to exist in that situation. So I had to free myself and focus on myself, focus on my happiness. Focus on my happiness, and that's the truth. So where do I think I would be if, honestly, if I had been independent and just a student? I think I'd be a lot further. I think I would be a lot further if I hadn't been that student who didn't have a male. If I had have been the student who had a male figure, like a father saying, hey, focus on your education. And I had, my aunt telling me that, but when you're a teenager, you don't listen to people. You just do what the hell you want to do. It's a learning experience, right? But going back, if I could tell a young girl, hey man, don't pursue that relationship first. Focus on you first. Not saying that they're going to listen, but focus on you first. If I could go back, I would damn sure be independent and a student. I would stay on campus. I would get the full college experience. I would not get in a relationship. I would just focus on me. I'd probably graduate early. I would probably have way more wealth, a lot more success. But this is just going back and wishful thinking. We all can't go back. We can't live in the past. We can't redo it. The situations that I went through taught me something. It definitely wasn't a complete waste of time. I learned a lot about myself to the point now I have this podcast. This Hooded podcast only exists because I did not have the peachy, rosy colored life. This podcast only exists because I do have those stories where it seems like I'm always talking about trauma, but I don't look like what I've been through. I don't talk like what I've been through, but I know what I've been through. And I know people out there who are scared to tell what they've been through because they got people like going to judge them. You're going to have people judge you. You can't please everybody. And everybody's not going to connect with your story. Sometimes your story isn't for everybody. But the amount of people who watch me on the replay and come, well, a lot of them don't come, but some of them say, hey, you really inspire me. You really help me out. I might not say nothing, but I'm listening. You help me out. You helped me accomplish my goal, overcome an obstacle that I was dealing with because, we all want to avoid we want to avoid the true history. We want to just live in a pseudo history life and act like colonization has not done anything. Act like it's still not doing anything when in fact it is. We live in a government where I can't go and say, hey government, this is who I am. I did my genealogy. I identify as this. They're going to say, no, we identify you as this. So we made this your identity. You have less benefits, less rights. We're going to harass you. We're going to try to make your life a living hell. Now, it's up to you to manifest that happiness. This goes back to manifesting the life you want. If you don't believe that you can do that, then you won't ever do that. If you don't believe that you can make it out, guess what? You won't ever make it out. If you don't believe that you can overcome every obstacle and be happy, you won't ever be happy. That's just you talking yourself out of it. So these are the type of mindsets, the type of phrases, the type of people we have to avoid. Pessimistic people. Earlier I gave the example of the two pieces of fruit. One was positive, optimistic, thriving, growing. One was mold, decaying. You put these next to each other, guess what's going to happen? The mold is not going to turn into a good fruit. The good fruit is going to turn into a bad fruit. I lead with pain because pain led me to my purpose. I lead with not ever forgetting the trauma because that's what led me to my purpose. I lead with that because that is my life. Somebody else might have a different story where they can lead with, my mama she helped me, we graduated, my dad, I just love him, and I went to college. That ain't my damn story. It's just not. Even now, to this day, I struggle with so many generational curses. Still to this day. People will think, oh no, you don't go through anything. Well, I do. I just overcome it. Which is why mental health in our community is so important. It is so important. Because stress kills. Anxiety is real. And people are facing depression every single day. Every single day. So we have to normalize therapy, journaling, and placing boundaries. Now that's a key. Putting boundaries on your life will save you every time. Because if you don't have boundaries, people will overwalk you, overlook you, and throw you to the side, to the trash. So you got to have those boundaries to protect your peace. Okay? We have to stop masking our pain with busyness. So many people are masking the pain that they feel, the stress that they feel, the depression and anxiety that they feel with just overworking. They feel like, oh, if I work hard enough, if I just keep working, I'm going to dig myself out of this feeling. When actually you're burning yourself out mentally. Maybe you need to take a week off. Yeah, you got a duty to pay bills and all, but you need a break. Because guess what? Those bills going to be here if you croak out tomorrow and you done stretch yourself the hell out. Them bills going to still be there. The question is, happiness or burning yourself out? Happiness or burning yourself out? Which one? So, I want us to repeat 3 affirmations just in the spirit to yourself. Just repeat it to yourself. 3 affirmations. The first one, I give myself permission to rest. I give myself permission to rest. The importance of this affirmation is letting your mind know, hey, it's okay to take a break. Don't let these bills stress you out. You know, do the birds have to pay bills? Do the bear have to pay bills? The deer? You know, bills are new shit. Bills haven't always been around. And now the bills are off the chain. This is new shit. Our ancestors back, they didn't have bills in the sense of that. They had land. They had ownership. They were selling shit. They didn't just have bills. Like, can you pay my bills? Can you pay my internet bill? Can you pay my automobile? If you get, maybe we could get bills, bills, bills. But you got to give yourself permission to rest. Eliminate some of those bills. Eliminate some of that overhead. Start thinking with a intangible mindset versus tangible. Okay? The next affirmation. I am allowed to feel joy even when others are hurting. Now this is a strong one because you know a lot of times people are hurting. It's hard to kind of feel happy. You do get sad, but you are allowed to feel joy. You know, you are allowed to feel joy. And the last affirmation that we can say for today is, I do not have to earn love. I am love. I don't have to earn love. This is something that is my birthright. It's already in me. I can love myself like where I am. I am not a damn tree. You are not a tree. The tree has to stay where it's planted. Unless you're going to dig it from the root, all of that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the big oak tree. He's been in the same spot for hundreds of years. You're not that tree. You don't have to stay stuck. You don't have to have this mindset that I am what I am. I'm stuck. I can't pursue happiness. I can't manifest happiness. I can't manifest the things that I want. Yes, the hell you can. So a man thinketh, that's what he is. Whatever you think, you are. If you believe you're going to be a failure, guess what? You're going to be a failure. If you believe you deserve love, guess what? You will have love. And you mentioned earlier about, what was the statement? Let's go back to the statement. The statement was, what was the statement? You want a small subset of men. Most women would want the unicorn man. Well, you cannot magically manifest this godly man. The pickings are slim. They're slim, but you still don't need to settle. Just because the picking's slim, it's like, oh, it ain't that many to pick from, so I'm going to settle. Hell no. Because then guess what? You ruin your own happiness by doing that. Never, ever settle. It's just like never dim your light to fit into nobody's space. Never lower yourself to fit in no relationship. Never overwork yourself and burn yourself out to fit in no relationship. It has to be a two-way street. It has to be even, equal. And a lot of times that's hard to find. It's hard to find. Is it impossible? No. It's not impossible. It's just hard to find. So if this stream is helping you so far, show some love if you can. A follow, a share. You can even tap the tip jar. That just helps spread this vibes and keep me coming back. Even though I'm still going to come back because I'm trying to build an audience. But it just helps us spread the message and keep having these real ass conversations about things people think is traumatizing. Okay? Next, I want to get into detoxing from the digital matrix. About how social media can be contributing to draining your happiness. Because if we're always on the pursuit of happiness, detoxing can help you with that. So we have to learn how to take mental sabbaticals to clear our head. Especially nowadays, guys, with these damn politics, like, they're off the chain. These politics, they off the chain. Every day I wake up is something new in the media, and I guess that's the purpose of the news, to have something every day to keep you coming back for more, to keep you on their hip, to keep you stressed about this, worried about that, worried about this, picking this party, picking that party. Calm your brain down. Take a chill pill. I had to take a chill pill because yesterday was like, oh my God, Trump, it's a war. Then the day was like, the war is ceased. I'm like, I can't keep up. Every day y'all doing too much, and I want to be like, I don't even feel like paying attention to politics, but I still need to pay attention, not only from a business perspective, just from a global perspective, because things are changing rapidly, so we have to kind of tune in. So it's hard to detox from the digital matrix. But one successful businessman said, hey, if I need to know, I'll figure it out. I'm not going to chase all this drama. So we have to stop chasing all the drama, chasing all the politics, chasing every change, Trump dude, chasing every little. What about your happiness? Is this making you happy, or is this stressing you out? Is this making you uncomfortable? Okay? Because comparing yourself to other people is a real thing. You might feel like you're not moving fast enough. You're not where you want to be yet. You're comparing yourself to this person. This is making you get envy, jealousy, hate even, depression. Because you're comparing your real life to their real life. Like your REAL life to their REEL life. Like Facebook Reels, Instagram Reels, Shorts. You comparing your real life to their highlighted life. And that is not okay. It is okay to log off. You don't owe the world constant access to your soul. You just don't. You don't owe that to the world. It's okay to log off, tune out, and mute toxic and unfollow toxic people who trigger your anxiety. That's like me on this podcast going live. It can get a little bit intimidating because everybody won't agree with your perspective on life. Everybody won't agree with how you were raised and how you view life, and that's why debate is important. I do block trolls, but only if you're doing like too much with the like, you being too over hypersexualized. You gotta get blocked. You come in here talking crazy, you gotta get blocked. But if you just debating ideas, I like that. I like to see, oh, this is how you think, well, this is how I think, or why do you think like this? Oh, okay. I like that. I like to be engaged with debate, not people coming here and saying crazy shit. Okay? So how do you resist this negativity? How do you pursue happiness? Well, you have to rebuke negativity with joy. Joy is your resistance to this. It's just being joy. Smiling, Did you smile today? Like, a smile can do so much. You got to protect your joy, protect your happiness, smile through what you go through, And know that it's a psychological war that is used to make melanated people hate themselves. We have to reclaim our joy, guys. Every day you wake up, reclaim your joy. Stop feeling sad for yourself. Stop feeling down. Lead with positivity. Lead with positivity. And also think about what is something that always brings you joy. When you're going through a tough day, you know there's a song that always brings you joy, or a positive memory, or even like a special meal that you might eat that connects you to some type of joy, even if it's just taking a walk or calling your favorite cousin, or you know just meditating. Find things to bring you joy. So think about it. What brings you joy nowadays? What brings you joy? I know for me, lately I've been finding joy in being consistent. I be consistent even if I have to do it really late at night when, the early bird gets the worm, but or early in the morning. I find joy with accomplishing my goal of being consistent. Because after dental school, I kind of felt like, dang, I don't know what my new purpose is. Even though it was to be a dentist, I feel like, okay, now I met this goal. Now I need a whole new goal. And just recently, I came up with this consistency challenge because my consistency muscle was weak. Here I was wanting to build an online audience, you know, to grow my platform and not showing up. Letting my life, the trauma, the sad days, the depression, the woes of being an entrepreneur kind of clocked me out of building my audience. And in order to not have that mindset, I have to manifest it. I got to manifest it. So now I manifest showing up. Even if I'm uncomfortable, even if I don't have all the right words to say, even if I fuck up on live, even if I have dead spots, even if it's boring, I'm in call, even if the trolls show up, I still show up and test my consistency. Because this is for me. This is an inside job. But it's also for the audience, but it's also for me. We both get something out of this. And something else that has been bringing me joy lately is just having healthy relationships with my loved ones. Having healthy relationships and really having true connections with people. I just lost a friend recently, so that really fucked me up. It really did. So it's been so hard to show up online dealing with that. Do it. And the thing about life, when you lose people, each person you lose is going to teach you something, because you don't know who it's going to be, when, the day, or the hour, or the relationship that you have with the person that you lose, but it's going to change you. Like, so losing my friend changed me. Like, it woke something up in me. Like, wow, we just not promised tomorrow to love on people. You got to love on people every day, but at the same time, you can't blame yourself. You just got to love on people. And never lose your joy. So just think about what song, what memory brings you joy, and don't you ever lose it. They say that, like, when people get older and they start dealing with dementia and Alzheimer's, music can help slow down the progression of the disease, because music triggers the mind to remember the happiness and the joy, right? So if you have an elderly person and you put on the music, say they were born in the 50s and 60s, and you put on music from their playlist that they would listen to from their time, you will see them like groove. When I would visit my grandma, I would put on her favorite little church songs, and she still, it's something that ticks. They remember this. So joy can be found in so many different resources. Another thing that brings me joy is just going to the water. I'm a water queen. I love being around the water, whether it's a lake, a beach, a pond. I just love the water. Niagara Falls is just peaceful, you know. So find your peace and never ever lose that peace. Never lose that peace. So let's do a little break here. Oh, I'm gonna stretch a little. Let's do a little break here with a guided moment of breathing and reflecting, guys. Breathing and reflecting. Okay? So if you're watching this on the replay, you can participate with me. You can do it with me. So, get in your zen, guys. Let's do some guided breathing and reflecting to help us get our day started, to help us release any toxic energy, any negativity, and so that we can have positive, high vibrations as we navigate our day. All right? So, take a deep breath. Breathe in, slow. And breathe out. Fill your lung spaces with fresh air and remove the negative tension. So breathe in. And breathe out. All right. So on our next inhale, we're going to inhale peace and exhale pain. All right. Y'all ready? Y'all ready to inhale some peace? Okay. And exhale some pain. So we're going to inhale peace, exhale the pain. You ready? Let's inhale our peace. Again, inhale peace, exhale pain. Inhale peace, exhale pain. Y'all feel that? So calming. Inhale peace, exhale pain. All right? You guys with me? Nice. 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 Next, we're going to inhale joy and exhale comparison. Okay? We're going to inhale joy and exhale comparison. So, inhale the joy, guys. Let's inhale some joy. Inhale joy, exhale comparison. Let's go. So we inhale some peace already. We exhale some pain. We inhale some joy. We're going to exhale some comparison. Now, the next thing is very, very important. This one is very important. I really need you to feel this, guys. We're going to inhale strength and exhale shame. Inhale that strength and exhale any shame you feel, any judgment you feel. Okay? Inhale strength, exhale shame. You guys ready? Let's inhale that strength. Let's inhale it. Whatever's in your past that you feel ashamed about, or whatever negative tension you feel, go ahead and exhale that shit. So we're going to inhale some strength today. We got to have strength, joy, and peace. So let's exhale some strength and exhale that shame. Don't be ashamed of the struggle. Don't be ashamed of your trauma. Don't be ashamed of the past. Exhale it. We inhaling strength to overcome. So come on, guys, do it with me. Inhale that strength. Now you should feel better. I feel better. Start off my day with peace, joy, and strength. Not pain, comparison, or shame. All right? So what does happiness look like for me? Not what I was told, but what I truly feel. Ask yourself this: what does happiness look like for you, Maniji? What does it look like for you? Not what somebody told you it should be, not what somebody's opinion of what it should be. What does it look like for you? What does it look like? Without the judgment, without the shame, without the comparison, without the fear of missing out, or the mental things that you see on the internet. But what does happiness feel like to you? What does it look like to you? And are you pursuing that at this very moment? Or are you allowing shame, fear, comparison, and pain to clock you out? Okay, Tribe? So I need to know, will you continue to pursue healing and pursue happiness today? Will you continue to do that? Will you continue to look to the inside for your happiness? Or will you suffer in silence, steadily looking for other people to hype you the hell up? Are you going to hype yourself up? Y'all know I fucks with Flip T. Affirmations of a real. You on your you the one. Ain't nobody fucking with it. Hype me up. Hype me up. Hey, hype me up. Guess what? I'll hype me up. I love that song for that one little thing. I will hype me up, mother. I will hype me up, okay? And I want to remind you guys, it is okay to start over. It is okay to protect your energy. It is okay. It's a part of the healing process. Growing through your imperfections, growing in those moments where you don't know where your weaknesses are, but once you find them, you're trying to improve them. I repeat constantly every day, the consistency was my weakness. So yeah, I show up on here. I might show up on here boring. I might show up on here, might not inspire certain people. I don't give a damn. Because yes, I do this to grow the audience, but at the same time, I do this because I want to be consistent with my audience. And I told myself that if I try to show up perfect every time and say the right shit every time and make this person, then it ain't gonna work because I won't show up because I'm gonna talk myself out of it. Because going live is already intimidating as hell to have strangers come in and people can say what they want, and you know, it's already intimidating. But if I work through a place of progress, not perfection, then I get further that way. And that's been working. When you want to be consistent, don't think about being perfect. Think about being progressive. Not the insurance agency, but being progressive. One step at a time. Baby steps. Okay? You don't have to be ashamed. You don't have to feel weak. You don't have to dwell in the trauma. We can overcome these things. So use those breathing exercises whenever you have low vibration as energy around you. Sometimes you gotta woo sigh. Okay? Sometimes you gotta woo sigh. And start over. And protect your energy. Alright? Now, I was supposed to be testing my live streaming ability to see if I can go. You know, they be talking crazy on Twitch. They're like, oh, you gotta do 5 hours. I don't know if I can do that shit, y'all. 5 hours might be a little too much for me. The longest I did was 3.5. And I'm working my way up to 4. But I don't know if this is going to be a 4-hour day. It's looking like a 2-hour day. Because I do have a busy Tuesday. A lot of things to do. But I'm not making excuses. I like chilling with my tribe. I get good feedback, good responses, and every day that I show up, it is growing. It's growing. And as soon as I say that, I get sleepy. Hold on, you turned up for the summer. You doing your little dance? Can you bust that bit like Lenny? Can you bust it like me? Can you bust that bit like? Can you bust it like? Hold on, you turned up for the summer. You doing your little dance? But can you bust that like Lenny? Can you do it like me? So yeah, guys, we are entering the last part of this broadcast, and yeah, it's almost time for me to get up out of here. I am taking any final questions, and I definitely thank you guys for chatting with me today. I appreciate it. And actually, I'm not gonna end it just yet. I'm not gonna end it just yet. Let me just go do a couple things. We're gonna keep it rolling. Keep it rolling, baby. Keep it rolling, baby. Keep it rolling. Keep it rolling. So yeah, I'm just trying to see something, y'all. Just trying to see something. I don't know why they be hating on me like that on here on Facebook, the algorithm. of the summer. You doing your little dance, but can you bust that bit like honey? Can you do it like me? Can you bust that bit like honey? Can you do it like me? Hey, hey, hold on. What you talking about? I like that little song. I can't believe summer is almost halfway into the summer. I ain't forget about y'all, chat. One hack that I found was these Facebook groups for my Twitch. They really help you grow. I don't know if people really that engaging, but it definitely helped me meet my numbers. So I'm just trying to do a new tactic where I share it live, just to see what happens. Cause we just chilling now. I already done gave y'all the meat and the potatoes for today, which is just pursuing happiness. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, guys, give me just a second. I'm just trying to do something right now, right now, right now. Oh, hold on. I think I didn't. Hold up, swole up. Hold the hell up, swole up. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Okay. Hold up, swole up. Alrighty. Let's talk about some oral health care. That's what we're going to talk about next. Because I'm not going to end it yet. I really want to meet my goal. I really want to beat my 3.5 hour mark. Do y'all think I can do it? Y'all think I can do it? Let's see. I'm just. Give me a second. I'm just taking a little pause here. Just taking a little pause for a second. Happy Tuesday, guys. If you're watching this on live, a lot of my Facebook people watch this on the replay. So happy Tuesday, fam. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. We're going to get into an oral hygiene segment in a minute, but we just did a 2-hour segment on pursuing happiness. But I'm going to switch the vibes up a little bit and talk about some oral hygiene. And I'm almost to 100 followers on Twitch. Just crazy. I was just at 0. Now I'm almost to 100. I said the road to 10K. Okay. We like to manifest like that. The road to 10K. And I think we're gonna get there. I'm enjoying my little streaming journey. And I take it a day at a time, y'all. Streaming is actually kind of fun when you get over the anxiety. I'm almost done with what I'm doing. All right. So, guys, let's talk about teeth. It's top of the morning. If I'm gonna keep this stream going, I gotta talk about something. I can't just be on this bitch just like staring at the screen. I'm just making a few adjustments, and then we gonna dig into it. I just gotta make a few adjustments real quick. Like, let's see. So yeah, we almost to 100 on Twitch. The power of manifesting the life you want is real, man. It's real. It's really real. It's really real. Not the itis, guys. The itis trying to take me out, man. Alright, so let's switch gears here. Ooh, wee. Am I gonna make it to 3 hours, y'all? I don't know. It's like it's bedtime. I don't know. So today we are going to talk about, let's see, diabetes and oral hygiene for the second half of the live. Diabetes and oral hygiene. All Alright. Of course, while I'm live, you can drop your questions in the chat, but we are switching gears. So let's find a new song. Diabetes and oral hygiene. That's what we're talking about today. We're turning up in every kind of way. Alright? So before we get into this, make sure you wake up, brush and floss your teeth. And your tongue so that you can prevent dental trauma. Okay? And that's on your mama. So as you know, the Hood to Hooded podcast is not only about breaking generational curses when it comes to, dealing with the trauma, the childhood issues, that type of thing, but we're also here to elevate our dental IQ. So in the second half of the broadcast, we will be discussing Sweet Tooth, the real talk. The link between diabetes and oral health care. So several people suffer with diabetes, and many may not know how deeply intertwined diabetes and oral health care are related. Diabetes definitely impacts your mouth, and we want to know what can we do to keep a healthy environment in this situation. All right. So continuing on with health as well, mental health as well, protecting your peace, your joy, that's also important. But what happens when you have pain or when you have issues such as this condition that can make it difficult to keep your mouth healthy, especially if you have poor habits. So let's start with some facts, guys. Let's start with the facts. People with diabetes are 2 times more likely to develop gum disease, and many people don't know it. So if you have diabetes, this is going to put you 2 times higher for developing gum disease. So what's the thinking behind that? So if you have diabetes, this normally means you have higher blood sugar. Your body doesn't eliminate the blood sugar properly. So when you have more blood sugar, this leads to higher bacteria, more plaque, which is going to put you in that higher risk of having gum disease. What does this mean? Many people who have diabetes, they have poor wound healing. So if you have a wound, it's going to take you longer to recover from that injury. For example, if you get a tooth extraction and you have diabetes, you want to be careful because it's going to take you a little bit longer in most cases to heal or recover from having that procedure done because you have a lot of sugar. This can also lead to dry mouth, meaning you have less saliva, which is also going to increase your risk of getting cavities. What else? You have a higher risk of getting infections. So the poor wound healing, the higher risk of getting infections kind of go hand in hand. And this is including periodontal disease. Okay? So diabetes does not just impact the blood like most people would think. It also impacts your oral health care, your gums, your tongue, and your healing in the whole entire oral cavity. Thank you for following. It's Havoc Live. I appreciate it. It affects your entire oral cavity. Alright? So what are some of the warning signs? Yay, yes ma'am, I appreciate it. I will follow back. So what is warning signs to watch for when you're worried about this? So bleeding gums. If you have bleeding gums, you could have some type of infection going on in the mouth if you have diabetes with bleeding gums. This is definitely a sign of inflammation in the mouth. So go have your dentist. Make sure you're not overdue for a cleaning. You don't have a lot of plaque. You're not, your blood sugar, you need to get that under control. When you're losing teeth, this is another sign. Tooth loss, dry mouth, we already mentioned that one. Fungal infections like thrush, burning mouth syndrome, and bad breath that won't go away, halitosis. So these are some of the warning signs to watch for, especially if you have a loved one, right, who has diabetes and who has these oral health symptoms and didn't know that they could be related to the diabetes. So if you have diabetes and you have the bleeding gums, the loose teeth, the difficulty healing, you might want to make sure that your oral hygiene routine is on par, and also that you're going to visit the dentist. It's so important to keep your bacterial load under control, to keep your plaque and your calculus, the hard stuff on your teeth, under control, and to go get those cleanings to save your teeth. Because nothing is worse than having diabetes, having poor oral hygiene routine, allowing your mouth to get out of control. Now your blood sugar's out of control. Now you're losing teeth. Now guess what? You can't even eat because you're losing teeth. And you're diabetic. So now you're going to have even a more difficult time managing your nutrition because you have so many things working against you. Even if you don't have diabetes, it's always a good day to have good oral hygiene. This is for anybody who watches my live. Every person who watches my live should have good oral hygiene. Even if you wear dentures, you should still brush your tongue, because you could get halitosis. You should still clean your dentures. You should have some type of oral hygiene routine. Every person should have a good oral hygiene routine specifically for your situation. This means you should be buying toothpaste that coincide with your situation. If you have a lot of bleeding, maybe you need to get your dentist to recommend you a stronger or like a Paradex mouthwash to help with some of the inflammation. Maybe you need to use Parodontax toothpaste because that's good for bleeding gums. But flossing is key. You wouldn't believe how many patients say, well, I don't floss because my gums are bleeding. No, they're bleeding because you're not flossing. This is the thing. This is how I have to train my patients every day in the dental practice. When I meet new patients, they haven't been in a while. It's been 10, 15 years. They're brushing every day, but they're not flossing. And it's crazy how flossing is not taught to the masses. It's only if you run into a dentist that you kind of get this information like, hey, if you floss, it's going to help you out. But if you don't, you're setting yourself up for failure. Especially if you have diabetes, you want to make sure you are flossing your teeth. Keeping them clean. Not only when you go to the dentist, not just when you have a dental appointment. I floss today, but I don't floss every day, doc, because I know I was coming to see you. That is not what we want. We want you to floss every day, not only when you're coming to see us. Thank you, but thank you for removing the chicken, but I need you to do this every day. All right? No judgment zone. It's only going to help you out. To anybody watching this, your oral hygiene is important. Every day. Use an electric toothbrush, floss your teeth, brush your tongue. Maybe you add a little mouthwash in there and make sure you go get those cleanings. It's an investment in your health. So many people think that cleanings are super expensive, but you can get cleanings at a dental school. You can get cleanings at a hygiene school. You can get cleanings for reduced price if you don't have it. Right? But if you invested in expensive clothes and shoes, your teeth are going to last a lot longer than those clothes and shoes if you take care of them. Now, when you don't take care of them, it's hella expensive. I promise you, a root canal and crown going to cost more than any Jordan you could buy. I promise you. It's going to cost more than some of these expensive bags that they get from overseas for less than $10 and they sell to you for thousands of dollars. Your teeth, if you don't take care of them, it's going to cost you a lot more money, my friends. So why not develop you a good, consistent oral hygiene routine where you wake up and not only do you have the positive vibes in the spirit, not only are you doing those deep breathing exercises and breathing in joy, breathing out shame, breathing in strength, breathing out, comparison, you eliminating those weaknesses, but you also got fresh breath. Clock that T. What? No halitosis? Clock that T. No taco between your teeth? Clock that T, my lady. So if you don't want to have bad breath, you don't want these conditions to impact you, especially if you have underlying systemic issues like diabetes, then your oral hygiene routine has to be immaculate. This isn't something that take you 2 hours a day. That's why the dentists be preaching, because we be like, listen, man, you ain't got 10 minutes out of 24 hours to commit to your oral hygiene routine. Life is moving too fast. We have to make that commitment, guys. We have to make that commitment. Because with diabetes, guess what? You're going to be 2 times more likely to get periodontal disease. So if you're already at a higher risk and you add on poor oral hygiene habits, then you're more than likely going to have periodontal disease. The bleeding gums, you're going to lose teeth because your teeth start to move, and you have these infections that eat away your bone, and it just turns into a disaster. And the worst thing that I hate seeing in the dental office that is so sad is when it's a helpless situation. Somebody who hasn't been to the dentist in 10, 15, 20 years, right? They have a full set of teeth. It looks healthy. But then when you get in and do your exam and your x-rays, you realize, wow, this person doesn't have any bone. All of their teeth are moving on a level 3, which is like the worst scenario. So 3 means it's flapping in the wind. They're all in there. They don't have cavities, but they have a lot of mobile teeth. Just from letting things go too long and thinking that, okay, one day I'll fix it, when all you had to do was get those cleanings. Like, even if you can't afford the expensive treatments, make sure you're getting your teeth clean. Make sure you're getting that exam to see what's going on and make that investment. Too many of us are investing in the wrong thing. Your teeth don't last forever if you don't take care of them. You have to take care of them. You must take care of them. You must take care of your teeth. Okay? Alright? So how do you prevent this and protect yourself from this issue? What do we do? If you have diabetes, you're struggling, you got the bleeding gums, you're having, issues with periodontal disease, the first thing you need to do is consult with a dentist to see just how bad your situation is and to get a specialized treatment plan for your situation, to see if you need to do cleanings every 3 months or every 4 months, or if you need to adjust your professional cleaning schedule. Do you need a deep cleaning where we're going underneath the gum line to remove that excess calculus and pockets of bacteria and just gunky stuff? Do you need that deep cleaning? Because just brushing, if you let it go too bad, the thing about it, just brushing won't work. It works like surface level. Once that calculus starts to build up and it gets worse and worse, it's a surface level treatment that you're doing. I'm not saying that you should stop, but let's pull it up on my chart here so we can kind of see how this would look when you don't brush your teeth. Let's see. So do y'all see this image here? So you might say, well, damn, Dr. Sean, what the hell is periodontal disease? You might not say it like that. But you might say, hey, doc, what is periodontal disease? You might not say, well, damn, Dr. Sean, what, you might not say that ghetto shit. But all right, anywho, this is how periodontal disease can prevent. Now, this person looks like they brushed their teeth, but you can see some calculus on those lower anteriors interproximally. On tooth number 25, which is, I don't know if y'all can see my cursor. Let me see if I can annotate this for y'all. Give me a second. Uh-oh, what did I do, guys? Oh, hold on. Let's clear that out. Make it rain. Okay, so right here. Do you guys see that? That's calculus. So this stuff won't come off with you just brushing every day. This needs to be removed by a dental professional most of the time because it's really hard. I like to use ultrasonic to scale this off, and sometimes it can be painful, but this is how periodontal disease presents. You see the bone loss, you can see the root of the teeth. This person likely has lots of sensitivity because their roots are exposed. These teeth are more than likely moving because they don't have as much bone as they should have. And if you have diabetes, you put yourself at risk for having this type of presentation in your oral cavity. Alright, you can see all these roots here. That's the root of the tooth starting to show. This is normally covered by bone. Look at all of this root showing. And this is where the nerve lives, up here in this part. So imagine all the water, hot and cold sensitivity this patient is likely experiencing from having all of these roots exposed, all of this spacing that they have, all of this. Many people, when they get to this stage, they are having so much pain that they just want to take their teeth out. Look at all of this exposure. Alright, so normally, let's see, we're going to stick with the red. Normally, the gum tissue is covering all this, so you'll see, normally this is how it would be. I know it's not accurate because I'm using this little tool, but this will all be covered. Let's get a bigger size. This will all be covered. Where you can't see the roots of the teeth. This is how it's supposed to be, right? But this is recession, bone loss, because this person did not take care of their teeth. They waited too late. They didn't brush, they didn't floss. And then it got to the point where they were like, oh crap, I want to save my teeth. And they lost all this red area. Let's do the same thing for the bottom. So down here, even in the posterior region, they have some bone loss. All of this is normally covered. All of this is normally covered with bone and gum tissue, right? So they have all of this exposed, all of this red area. They've lost all this tissue. So all of this red area that you see, now just imagine the red is where the gum used to be, the bone used to be, but now it's all exposed. It's going to lead you to a life of pain when you want to keep these teeth in. And most people can't root canal every tooth to kill the pain. So eventually this person may end up with partials or dentures, but it seems like they're trying to hold on to their teeth and, keep it moving. So how do you prevent this? You want to brush your teeth twice per day with a fluoride toothpaste. If you don't like fluoride, then just brush your teeth with a non-fluoride toothpaste. Alright? Flossing daily. If you have bleeding gums, this is a red flag. If you have bleeding gums. Let's take this picture off. Let's take this picture off so we see how it looks when somebody loses all of this tissue. You see all this red? They lost all of that. Now, this is how they originally, this is where they are now. Once it's all gone, you can't really get it back unless you pay lots and lots of money. But then it's like, is it really worth it? Let's go to another picture. I like this annotation tool. I like this now. Let's take that off. Let me find another picture that we can study together so you can see periodontal disease. Let's go to a less severe case that most people may have. Let's go to a less severe case on how it starts. Yeah. I like this picture, so let's pull this one up. Alright, no. Okay, so I like this picture. Let's study this picture. Alright, so you can see from the top, this patient will experience bleeding gums when they floss, guaranteed on the top picture, because I would imagine they have a poor oral hygiene routine. More than likely they use a manual toothbrush. They don't use an electric toothbrush. They don't floss, because you can tell by the way the calculus is kind of gluing the teeth together. And your teeth aren't supposed to be like that. They're supposed to be separated, which is what floss does. It separates the teeth so that the bacteria don't have a chance to create these toxic environments and emit toxins that make your teeth kind of stick together. People, after they get their cleaning, they're like, oh wow, I feel the difference. I can feel the space between my teeth. This is what flossing does, and you must do this every single day. If you don't floss, then where's my little tool? Then right here, this will be stuck together. Here, this is stuck together. And it starts to feel like the whole thing is just one big chunk of calculus. Alright? It all starts to stick together. And you'll notice before the cleaning, even after the cleaning, you'll notice this person has these brown stains in here. Hold on, I don't like this thickness of this. Let's make it smaller. You'll notice that this person has these brown houses of bacteria, I like to call it, between their teeth. You'll see all of this calculus. So this is calculus and plaque. It's plaque when it's soft like butter, and then it's calculus or tartar when it's hard, like you can see here, and it just sticks on the teeth like Gorilla Glue, and you can't get it off with a toothbrush. So this person had to come, obviously, maybe get a deep cleaning. And look at all the stains. This is just a bad place. This is how it starts. So the picture we looked at before this started out probably like this, and that person let it get bad, worse and worse over time. You'll see how on this picture, the gingiva, the bone levels, all of that, they probably have like mild bone loss. We can't tell without an x-ray, but you'll see here they still have the tissue covering most of the root of the tooth. Also here on this tooth, you'll see that pattern of recession and bone loss starting. It's starting to look long. So the tooth starts to look really long. This is when you have some periodontal issues going on, where your tooth starts to look not like the regular top that you see, but you'll start to see all the roots down here, and you have an issue. Sound the alarm, okay? Sound the alarm. So that's why you want to keep it clean, keep it cute, very demure, very clean every day. Like this. So this person went to the dentist. They said, hey, I need a cleaning. They started to get back on the right track, and you'll notice it's still pretty red. There's still some inflammation down here. The gums are still kind of inflamed, but it looks 100% better. They're going to give themselves a fighting chance to get a better oral hygiene routine, start flossing, start brushing, using alcohol-free mouthwash to prevent dry mouth, and drinking more water to stimulate the saliva so that we can keep it clean. But if you don't clean your teeth, they're not going to clean themselves. They're not self-cleaning. The saliva just kind of rinses them off. But teeth aren't self-cleaning. Everybody has to do some type of oral hygiene routine. So if you're watching this, hopefully you're taking notes about how you can improve your oral hygiene routine before it is too late. And getting your cleanings 3 to 4 times a year. Maybe not twice a year. This person needs probably 3 times a year. Just to keep them on point, to keep them motivated, so that they don't fall back into this habit of just eating, drinking a lot of sugar, letting the bacteria just destroy their whole life. This leads to pain. This leads to decay. This leads to trouble, guys. This leads to trouble. This leads to trouble. Let's look at another one. Let's find another picture. So we saw one that was really bad. Now let's look at a different picture. Something really extreme. I want to find extreme, not extreme, but severe. Let's find something severe. Ooh, this one is definitely severe. I found one. We're going to go to one that's severe. The first one was severe, but this is how that first one started before they removed all the calculus. And you can see all the roots of the teeth. But this is how many people present to the dentist. Just like this picture right here. Exactly like this. A person who has possible dental anxiety, a history of dental trauma, or a person who has given up on their oral hygiene routine. They wake up every day, they just work so hard, they overworking but not brushing, they don't make time, they feel like the 10 minutes is just too much to ask. 10 minutes a day is just like, doc, I just be tired. Listen, guys, y'all can't let these jobs work you so bad that you neglecting your health, physical health, mental health, spiritual health. Because guess what? When you get a toothache, it's going to be out of your pocket. Your teeth will force you to take a day off. And why not just take it off ahead of time, get the cleaning, so that you're not forced to do this. So that way you're not setting yourself up for expensive ass dental bills because you don't want to make a 2-time commitment to your teeth. This is bad. This is periodontal disease. This person doesn't have as much bone loss as the first picture we saw, But you can definitely see, back here, there's some cavities starting. They probably have cavities all between the teeth here. People see these front teeth, they just want to keep, most people just want to keep this little area right here. As long as this area right here clean, they good. Let's clear it up. As long as this little area right here good, they good. And everything else is going with the wind. Look back here. Like I said, back here, this is a big cavity, probably need a root canal and a crown. And then they have all of this calculus just covering. You can see this. Look at this tooth right here. It's almost completely covered by what we would like to call bacterial feces. That's basically what it is. The toxins from bacteria when they ferment the sugar, the acids that they're producing, the toxic waste that they're producing. This is all on your teeth. Look at that. Look at this calculus. And it starts just like this. So if you look in your mouth and you see this right here, it can lead to this. You see that? It can lead to this. So this person, once we remove all of this calculus, you're going to be able to see how long the tooth is. This calculus destroys the gum tissue. It destroys the bone. And it leads to you having those long teeth that we saw in the beginning. Because you let this stuff sit on. And many people will remove this and they're like, dang, I got so much space between my teeth now because you're not flossing, you're not brushing, you just let it get out of control. We got to stop doing that. Stop letting it get out of control. This is a typical mouth that we would see. This right here. This is a typical. Now, for our final picture, let's go to something really extreme. Let's go to something super extreme. Like, this one is a good one. This one would be super duper extreme, guys. It doesn't look like it. What's going on? Twitch D Criminies. What's going on? It doesn't look like it, but this is super extreme. Look at this. Yes, follow on Twitch. I follow back. As long as your page ain't crazy. But yeah. Look at this mouth, guys. Look at this. This would be somebody presenting to the dental office just on a regular basis. I see this regularly. Why? How would it get like this? Dental anxiety, the fear of the cost of dentistry. What else? Too busy, working hard. People say I'm working too hard to take care of my teeth. Yeah, until you're getting ready for a wedding or a graduation, and it's like, oh, I need to fix my teeth. Don't wait until you urgently need it or you have pain or something hurts, because this is gonna hurt. This person probably has a lot of achiness in their mouth. Let's take a deeper look from a dentist perspective about what's going on here. All right, let's just start from the back. So you'll see all of this recession. It could be toothbrush abrasion back here. You see those grooves in the teeth. So those are cavities starting at the gum line. So they're starting like with this pattern. We're going to read it out. So the cavities are starting here. And then as it gets further to the front, these areas get bigger and bigger. You see? This pattern, all of this is calculus and decay. And as you get to the back, it's not as deep, but you can see all of that is cavity. So every tooth on this bottom row has an issue. Even on the top, I can see cavities here, some grooves there. That one has a tiny cavity, plaque buildup here. We got some rotated teeth here. The teeth are out of alignment, but lots of decay here. This is a person who has given up on their smile. We call this the give up phase, when they just gave up and they got to the point where it's like, dang, I went too far. I let it go too far. I stopped brushing too long. I stopped caring too much. I'm here to reel you back in. Let's reel it back in. Let's reel it back in. Let's increase our dental IQ and make sure we're not spending our time overworking, over gaming, over occupied with everything in life but our self-care. So yes, self-care is taking those long walks, exercising, deep breaths, not letting nobody fuck up your peace, keeping your joy at the center of everything you do, pursuing happiness. But guess what? This isn't a happy situation. For this person, this isn't a happy situation. They're not proud to smile. They're not proud to take those pictures. They're embarrassed. Their confidence is dropped. They gave up on their smile. Maybe they said, oh, my teeth are not aligned in the front, so I'm not going to take care of them. Let me tell you something. Many people would pay for any type of teeth if they're healthy, just to be able to eat, to fill out your face. This is something that you can repair. The alignment, we can fix that. You can get some braces. Some people can be candidates for clear aligners, but you can fix that. This is something that you can actually repair. So don't give up on your teeth just because they don't look perfect. The key is healthy teeth. Healthy teeth, to me, are perfect teeth. Yes, the alignment can be an issue and cause some of these abfractions and recession, but more than likely this is caused by poor oral hygiene. So let's clear that up. So we see that. Now let's go deeper into this picture. So you can see here, this is a pocket of calculus there. Got some cavities here. What else do we see? All of this calculus down here. This is probably the worst. So this person wouldn't be able to get a regular cleaning. They're going to need a deep cleaning. What is a deep cleaning, you ask? A deep cleaning is when you are numb. We use a needle to take this stuff off, because to remove it with just like prying it off with the metal instruments and the tools that we have as doctors is going to be painful. You need a deep cleaning. You're going to need a deep cleaning, some fillings, probably a couple root canals, some crowns, some gum graft. It's a lot of work that has to be done to restore this mouth. The moral of the story is, don't wait for it to be a storm and painful. Fix it now before it gets worse, because guess what? It's only going to get worse. If it starts off bad and you're already in that bad routine of not waking up and brushing, not flossing, not caring, I'm here to remind you today that it's important. If you want to smile, if you want to go into your future with confidence, I need you to pick up your toothbrush and your floss twice per day. Not once per day, twice a day. Flossing you can do once per day. And then to my patients who don't do it at all, I try to get them, hey, just do it 2 to 3 times a week. Let's just be realistic. But doing it never is highly unacceptable, guys. Highly unacceptable. Okay? Don't play with your teeth like this. Don't you even think about it. Don't even think about it. Don't play with your teeth like that. Alright. Am I done? I really like this little annotate tool. I'm gonna use this more often for my lives. I think I'm done. I think y'all get the point about periodontal disease and diabetes and how it can ruin your life. Alright. Now, let's go to one more. I lied. One more of a patient with diabetes and how it looks. Because that is the topic. How to prevent. Let's go to one more picture. These flies. Alright. So this is a diabetic with severe periodontitis. Alright. Can you see how this looks? So you have diabetes and your mouth is like this. You're setting yourself up for failure by not taking care of your oral hygiene. Let's take a look at what's going on with this. So you see all the redness, the inflammation. So you remember diabetics are 2 times more likely to get periodontal disease. Okay? They have poor wound healing. So this is automatically going to just make it. These are lesions in your mouth. This is infections in your mouth. So this is going to be twice as likely in a diabetic, and it's going to be harder for you to heal once it gets to this phase. What do they have going on here? So not only do they have the inflammation and the bone loss down here, they have some recession down here. You're starting to see part of the root. You see the calculus, the puffy gums. You see this, the calculus here is all brown and black. It's probably been here for a while. You see the spacing here. You see the spacing between the teeth. They have some tooth loss, so they're missing some teeth. They're likely grinding their teeth because you see the flat surfaces of the teeth. So they have a lot going. I just scribbled all across this thing, but they have a lot going on. Severe periodontitis with diabetes. This is how it presents. This is how it looks, guys. So it's very important. Let's go back over oral hygiene must-haves for diabetics. Must have. I didn't say should have. I said must have. So what are we looking at for diabetics? So number 1, you're going to brush 2 times per day with a fluoride toothpaste. 2 times per day with brushing. Flossing. This person, if they floss, their gums are 10 times out of 10 going to bleed. So flossing is a must. Breaking up these bacterial colonies between the teeth is a must. When it gets this bad, it can be hard to get the floss between calculus. So you have to start off with a cleaning, a deep cleaning, but just try your best. Let's try to brush all this plaque off and get that cleaning. Alright? The next thing is alcohol-free mouthwash. So mouthwash can help kind of rinse those bacterial loads off. It's not going to remove any of this hard substance. This is not going to come off easy. You definitely need to be numb. But at least it can, start eliminating some of it. You just got to do what you can do. Drinking water, okay, often to continue to stimulate your saliva is important. And then your regular cleanings, okay, 3 to 4 times a year, not 1 to 2 times per year, or not never. If you have difficulty flossing, which a lot of elderly patients have, you want to consider using a water flosser. If you have hand weaknesses or any type of neuropathy, the water flosser can help you. I always push for traditional string floss, but if you don't have any options, water flossing. Now, to the young people who only water floss when you can learn how to floss, always do traditional flossing. And you can do the water flossing too. You're going to have more of an elite oral hygiene routine. Okay? Now, when you have diabetes, you have to watch for hidden sugars such as like fruit drinks, carbs, or processed snacks. And watch your levels as best you can. But watch out for those hidden sugars that can cause this type of issue. Also, acidic drinks, they're going to erode the enamel and lead to sensitivity. And choose water instead of soda. And having a high fiber diet. Now, if you have diabetes and you have dry mouth, try chewing xylitol gum. That can help with your dry mouth. And avoid sticky candies, breads, and dry fruit. So pretty much you need to be healthy. Think about this, guys. Every time you eat sugar, you're feeding the bacteria that are destroying your teeth. So this patient has a mouthful of bacteria, and every time they drink a soda or, a cake or a pie, it is feeding that bacteria. Okay? What does this mean? What does this sum up to mean? That diabetes causes gum disease faster, which means you need to be more in tune with your oral hygiene. Everybody does, but if you have diabetes, you definitely want to stay on top of it. You're trying to hang on to the 2 or 3 teeth you have, you got to brush those teeth. Diabetes is always trying to take you out from the blood sugar. And when you have these type of infections, this is going to make it harder for you to control your blood sugar. So think about it. If a diabetic person presents like this, they have uncontrolled blood sugar, then, having your mouth in this state is going to make it even harder for you to control your blood sugar. So prevention is very, very powerful. Prevention of periodontal disease, gum disease is very, very powerful. So I'm encouraging you guys to get your regular checkups, communicate with your doctor and your dentist so that you can be a team at preventing this type of presentation. And knowledge is power. Here on the Hood to Hood podcast, the knowledge is the power. We're growing our dental IQ, we're growing our mental IQ, and our spiritual IQ all in one. So I hope this part of the stream help you understand how diabetes affects your smile. Drop a heart or a tooth in the chat and share this with someone you love so that they can avoid this situation. All right. Now let's take this picture down. Alright, guys. I don't think I'm going to make it to the 3.5 hour mark, guys. I don't think I'm going to make it. But it's been fun while it lasted. My live times are just really off right now. I cannot find the daytime to do this, so I'm not complaining. I got 88 followers. 88 followers. Hey. I got 88 followers on Twitch. I'm almost to my second goal of 100. Period. W's in the chat. W's in the chat. If you're on Facebook, you probably won't see this until the replay because Facebook do not like me sharing my stuff from Streamlab. They don't like that. If I don't go live directly on Facebook, they kind of like block your stuff out. But we ain't worried about nothing. We ain't worried about that. so close to breaking my first Twitch streaming record of 3.5. I just don't think I can make it. I don't think I'm gonna make it, guys. Maybe I need a coffee. Should I go make a coffee? I think I'm gonna put y'all on pause and go make me a coffee. Yeah, I'll be back. I want to make a coffee. I think I do want to make a coffee. Yeah, so I'm not gonna end this. I'm gonna get to the 4 hour mark today. I'm gonna break my record. I'm gonna do it. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. We talked about a lot tonight on this stream, or this morning on this stream. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. I have a very busy day, actually. I got a very, very, very busy day. My day is already, so I can't even go to sleep. I can't go home and go to sleep. I had a very busy day. Oh, the life of Dr. Sean. Oh gosh. Oh. Mm. No, no, no. You been hot this whole time? Mm-hmm. Yeah. But yeah, guys. I think I'm kind of psycho for trying to go for 4 hours. I really am. I am. I am. 3 hours later, literally. The 3 hour mark is near. Wiener, wiener, chicken dinner. Wiener, wiener, chicken dinner. Wiener, wiener, chicken dinner. Ugh. chat, please wait. Loading chat, please wait. Loading chat, please wait. Loading chat, please wait. Loading chat, please wait. What is wrong with my chat? Let's see. Loading chat, please wait. Loading chat, please wait. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Let's see. Okay, I don't know what. Oh, child, I don't think I'm gonna make it. I don't think I'm gonna break my record today. This live might be over, guys. I might be ending this at 3 hours. 3 hours. 3 hours. Just strolling on the YouTube to see what's happening in these YouTube streets. I see something about Israel says, what does it say? Israel says Iran has violated ceasefire. Trump ceasefire plan falters as Israel says Iran launched missiles. Every day I wake up with these governments, it's something new. Like, was it a ceasefire? Was it not a ceasefire? What is going on? Can't keep up. Can't keep up. Too much evilness going on in this world. That's why we gotta wake up with the positive energy, guys. Go back. Breathe in joy. Breathe in peace. Let go of the negativity today. Start your Tuesday off in a good headspace. Start it off in a headspace. I keep seeing something about CapCut. I like CapCut. CapCut will steal your content. So something going on with CapCut. I'm just strolling my little YouTube because Iran breaks ceasefire. Boy, these countries has lost their dang on mind. See, I told y'all earlier. I said 1 minute they ceasing fire. 1 minute they starting a war. Next minute they not ceasing fire. It's just like you can't even keep up with what the hell going on. You can't even keep up. You can't even keep up. You got travel alerts all over the place. It's just all over the place. Somebody put on here, they said, does everyone understand that the United States just gave up being the leader of the world? It's not just other countries that don't trust Trump. They don't trust a system which allows such craven, soulless morons to gain power in the first place. And they're right. Mikhail Jolette. It's true. I agree with that statement. Live in a country where it was built on pseudo history. They're still creating pseudo history. They allow this guy, multiple felons, to run a country, create all of this chaos to the point where even his own MAGA people don't like his ass no more. It was all for him last year. They don't even like his ass no more. And this is where we're at. Every day you're getting lied to. Oh, we're going to do something in 2 weeks when it's really 2 minutes. This is the type of lies Trump tell y'all. This is the type of lies that he tell. I wrote on my page something that he said. Let me see what he said. I think this is like in 94 he said this shit. Before he was even thought about for being president. This is what Trump said. And this is how the government feel about people who believe in their ass. This is how they feel. I'm going to tell y'all what he said. Give me a minute. Give me a minute just to go back. Donald Trump, 1998, People magazine. This is what he said. I'm going to tell y'all what he said. He said, if I were to run, I'd run as a Republican. They're the dumbest group of voters in the country. They believe anything on Fox News. I could lie and they'd still eat it up. I bet my numbers would be terrific. Donald Trump, People magazine, 1998. This is how politicians think about you. Whether you Democrat, Republican, this is how they think. They just know that you're going to go vote for one or the other. They're going to put all their eggs in the basket. You're going to go vote for one evil or the lesser of the two evils. You know, you're going to continue to believe that the government has your best interests and that they're doing something for the people. I saw something earlier that struck me as odd because it was like, well, Barack Obama sent money to Iran. Now, mind you, they got money for war, can't feed the poor. Let's just see how much money did he send to Iran. The same country that we going and bombing their nuclear sites. So it says what happened, because I saw this but I didn't look into it. So Barack Obama's administration did not send money to Iran in way of aid or bailout, but it settled a legal dispute stemming from a 1979 arms deal, resulting in $1.7 billion being returned. Most of which was physical currency sent in cash shipments. $400 million in principal. This was for military equipment that Iran had already paid for before the 1979 revolution, which the U.S. never delivered. In January 2016, this amount was flown to Iran in cash, pallets of euros, Swiss francs, and other currencies, coinciding with the release of American prisoners. $1.3 billion in interest. Later shipments brought the total to $1.7 billion, which included principal and accrued interest settled via the Hague Tribunal. Okay. Critics called it hostage ransom given its timing, but the administration denied that, saying it was separate legal settlement unrelated to the prisoner release. So it says misleading claims have circulated saying Obama gave Iran 150 billion, but these continue to confuse unfrozen Iranian assets totaling 100 billion with direct U.S. payments. Obama actually sent 1.7 billion as part of a legal obligation, not aid. So that gets a little tricky. We don't really know what the hell happened, but I saw that earlier. Okay, so it's just a lot of confusion going on my timeline on YouTube early this morning. They starting with the shits early this morning, man. WW3. They started early this morning, y'all. All I see is ceasefire broken. Ceasefire broken. Oh my gosh. What the fuck? Mm-mm-mm. And I see something else saying Latinos are raged because they learned that black folks ain't immigrants. I've been trying to tell y'all we're not immigrants. We have to believe it before other people believe it. We are not immigrants. We ain't going into that right now, but that's always on the table. I love talking about being a Niji, you know. I love it. I love learning my ancestry. My genealogy tree is filling out so lovely. Like, I'm starting to add pictures, and I'm getting really, really deep into the 1700s nearly. Um, and it's just amazing. It's just amazing. Yeah, this war really ain't over. I don't really understand what they got going on. It's like another day of political BS, political lies. So it seems like what happened is Iran said, "Yeah, we're gonna cease fire," and they did what Trump did. Since you say you're gonna tell us 2 weeks, and you did what you did, we're gonna say we're gonna cease fire, and we're really not ceasing fire. So all these governments lying to each other. They're lying to the people. You know, they got the cities on high alert. I want to go to New York City, but it's on high alert, and you know, there's just a lot going on. America really is fatiguing as fuck. It's stressful as hell living here in America. If you pay attention to this stuff, because people, kids going to war, like for this. Y'all didn't have no money for all of the programs that they cut out, but y'all got money for this? Where the money coming from? Ain't nobody talking about cutting budgets and Doge and all that no more. It's all about war now. It's so easy that we forget what we was talking about last week. You know. So it's a lot going on. A lot going on, man. A lot going on. It says all hell breaks loose after Trump claims ceasefire. Iran denies ceasefire. What the hell? I knew that was too good to be true. I was like, dang, this over already? Like, something ain't right. But you know, we try to figure out them. We're gonna be lost in the sauce, guys. That's why you gotta protect your peace at this time. Like, you really gotta protect your peace. You really gotta protect your peace. These people out here got bombs and guns and fire. This is how they took over Turtle Island through the same tactics. Military forces. Military forces. It's really crazy. Military forces. They want somebody to fight for the country. A country that is doing their citizens so dirty. So dirty. A country that don't even give a damn. A country that lies to the indigenous Niji and tell them that they from somewhere else. And got us all believing that we from somewhere else, that we a whole nother group of people. And you try to tell people and they're like, I don't give a damn about my ancestry. I don't give a damn. I'm thinking about the now. But my thing is, connecting to my past helped me become a better person in the now. I love knowing who my people are. Even if my people don't know who they are, even if I try to tell people who they are, I love knowing who the hell I am. Ignorance is bliss, baby. Ignorance is bliss. You can ignore who you are. Somebody can tell you, but if you don't go look for yourself, thou shall not know. And you'll be looking at other people like they don't know. But I know what I read. I know my knowledge. And I know where to go get the resources for it. So once somebody tell you who you are, then they're in control of who you are. They're in control of your future. They're in control of everything that you do. And you might think that you're not in the matrix. You might think that you're living your best life. When in actuality, you live in a pseudo life. But baby, once you know who you are, which many of us don't, many of us won't read, many of us will hear this, but we just let it go in one ear out the other because that's the doctrine. That's what you've been indoctrinated to do. That's what you've been set up to do. To have the struggle mindset, to have the worker mindset, to have the I came from nothing mindset. My ancestors were slaves. My ancestors were this. When you don't even know who your ancestors are. When I go to do my genealogy, while I'm in the process of doing it every day, I've gone back to, my parents, which is 2 people, to their individual parents, which is 4 people, which would be my grandparents, which is 4 people, to my great grandparents, which is 8 people, to my great great grandparents, which is 16 people, to my I'm almost to my great great grandparents, and none of these people stem from Africa. They're Niji, and it's so misleading. So I'm just so happy to connect with like-minded people who get it, like-minded people who aren't ignorant, who don't just ignore what's happening and just clock into the 9 to 5, being unhappy, down in the spirit, when you could recognize that you're Niji, that you're indigenous, that it is meant for you to think that the color of your skin counts you out, when actuality that's what counts you in. Have thee not heard that all continents begin with melanated people? Have thee not heard the power that exists in your melanin? Have thee not heard how amazing you are when you just tap into your true spiritual being? Granted, everybody ain't gonna tap in. Some people gonna be in the matrix forever. That don't have nothing to do with me. Don't try to tell me who I am. Whatever you do, you worry about who you are, and don't try to tell me who I am. Especially if you're not reading, especially if you don't know about Christopher Columbus Journal, especially if you have high school education that was given to you. Okay? So all these things that I'm seeing in the news, all these things that I'm seeing about, this government still thinking that they came over here, manhandling us with the knowledge, though. It's something that we have to take back our story, take back our titles, take back our land, take back our mindset. This is going to be a long journey. And it's crazy. But I just love the fact that people realizing that the American dream is a facade. People realizing that the government is a fraud. And people realizing that we have to come together. So I'm loving the Niji movement. I'm loving it. Loving finding my people. I'm still trying to find my personal tribe in this. I am. But I believe that in due time, it will all change. So we just gotta stop lying to ourselves. And it's psychotic to lie to yourself about who you are when you're a whole nother person, or to not even want to know. I have so many people say, I don't care about that. What we supposed to do about that? Just that mindset alone already count you out. What we supposed to do about that? The government is in this. I mean, damn, are we not self-sufficient? Can we not make our own decisions? That colonized mindset have you hating on your own family, judging your own family. I know people judge me. I know they don't like it. I don't give a fuck though. Cause I'ma do me. I'ma still learn who I am. Now that I open that treasure chest of knowledge, I can't help but just keep learning more and more because it's everywhere. Every day I learn something new. I can't be one of those people who just ignore, lead with a life of ignorance when I think I'm lit, lead with a life of pseudo history, thinking I know who I am when I'm in an identity that the government forces upon me, an identity that makes me less than them. Hell to the no. I need my true identity back. I'm loving the process of tracing my ancestors. I'm loving the process of knowing their names, knowing their birthdays, homegoing days, knowing how some of them look, like seeing my third great grandmother, finding a picture of her. That is mind boggling. Nothing compares to it. What do I want? That? Just being stuck in this identity that says, okay, you came from being enslaved, or do I want the identity that is true, authentically connected to me, that shows me who my ancestors were, where they were, what tribes they come from, the Choctaw, the Muskogean. My people still live in these areas, and they just got us so brainwashed in the spirit, spiritually constipated like a motherfucker. But I stand on business about it. Like, what you want to know? And if you are asleep, you'll be woke pretty soon, because the truth is out now. People talking about it in Europe, people talking about it in Australia, people talking about it in Mongolia, people talking about it in South America. It's just the true Niji. They got us blocked out. And I feel like this war is another propaganda method to keep us out of tune with who we truly are. To keep us confused about, oh, damn, we didn't vote for the right person. Or, oh, we should have voted this way. We should have voted that way. What you need to do is vote for your self-identity. Do that genealogy and connect the dots and know who you are, where you come from, and stop cheating yourself out of the truth. Stop cheating yourself out of the truth. Okay? So these MAGA people were so racist, they thought that by voting a certain way it would harm the Niji, the melanated people, when it actually bit them in the ass. American politics is exhausting, full of lies, and not really going to last the test of time. It's just not going to stand the test of time, I need you. It's not. Every day I get so confident in who I am, I don't give a fuck who don't understand what's going on. I still need to keep moving forward in this identity and unlocking the pieces to the puzzle. Because when I tap into that ancestry and I see those leaves pop up and I'm connecting the dots, not only am I doing this for myself, I do this for everybody who attached to me. So when they ask, I can be like, hey, this is your granddaddy, your great granddaddy, your great great granddaddy, your great great granddaddy. This is where they was at. This is where they came from. This is their land. Oh, we getting somewhere. We found a video of this chief, Redmond. Let's see, what is his name? So I had to research to see if he is even connected to my tribe. Cause what? Let me see if I can find his name. I gotta find it for y'all. Let me see if I can find his name, y'all. Let's see. Let me show y'all something. The name's kind of similar. I haven't connected this person to my family, but it was just kind of odd. Let me see if I can pull it up. I don't think I'm gonna be able to pull it up. I'm trying to pull it up. I want y'all to see this. Let me see if I can pull it up. Dang, I don't think I'm gonna be able to find it on here. It's on my phone though. Let me put in a different name. Great Chief, Great Chief Wahan Ganache. Get it on the computer, but I'm about to pull up a different way. I'll have to pull up a different way, but yeah, tap into who you are, guys. I'm almost over breaking my record. These people are some fools. So this is breaking news. Actually, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. It's always some breaking damn news. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Every day is breaking news. Breaking news. We're almost in the end of this stream. And as we approach the end of this stream, let's review all the things that we talked about. So we started out this stream talking about protecting your peace and pursuing your joy. Okay, so I talked for a while about happiness, how to find your happiness, how to stay in your happiness, all that good stuff. Then we had a section on diabetes and oral hygiene. So go back and check that out. And then we ended on some small talk about what's going on in the world, current events around the world. I stay up to date on it because I am a New Yorker right now. So New York is on a high alert right now. So definitely sending out prayers, and I hope everyone stays safe. Don't live in fear though. We don't know what these fools doing in the White House. We don't know what these fools got going on. As you can see, the government is full of shit. They lie to the people. They don't protect the people. They take money from the people, don't invest it back in the people. They send it all around the world except to help the people, especially the needy. You know, we always counted out. We always last. We always excluded. Everybody get money but us. Everybody get benefits but us. But, you know, that's just how it is. So my Niji, keep your mental health in check. Keep your positive vibes in check. Don't let nothing knock you off your level today. Keep the levels rising, and just know who you are. Stand on business, my Nietzsche, about who you are. Do it if you gotta go along. Just do it. I'm learning that, you know, access to me, I have to start restricting access to myself, access to my mind, because everybody is not for you. Some people will prey on your downfall while smiling in your face. They will prey on your downfall. And I noticed, I had a conversation with someone, one of my good friends, and we were talking about a situation where, you know, people prey on your downfall. They see you as successful. They don't know what you've been through to get to where you are. They don't even see the things that you still face to get to where you are. But your job is not to prove nothing to nobody. Your job is to keep moving forward despite that. And to stand bold and confident in your truth. And never dim your light to fit in the room. I'm big on that. I'm not dimming my light to make you comfortable. I'm not going to be in every room and everybody can't have access to me. They just can't. You got to protect your peace for real. Protect your peace. I'm learning even sometimes family and friends ain't all for your ass. They'll hype certain people up, but they won't hype you up. But you can't worry about that. You will find your tribe. You will find your audience. And you just got to be patient with yourself. That's the thing about confidence. In the beginning, confidence looks like uncertainty. It gets you out of your comfort zone. When you're trying to be consistent, it'll get you out of your comfort zone. I don't know if I said comfort. What I'm trying to say is consistency. See, I've been streaming too long. When you are consistent, it will get you out of your comfort zone. And other people will be used to you being a certain way. But when you're elevating, some things got to get left behind. Some people got to get left behind. Some people not going to understand your journey. Okay? And many times your audience ain't your cousins. It ain't some of your blood. Sometimes these be your biggest haters. The people you know from your past. They could be your biggest downfall. So every day, being confident is being able to stand alone sometimes. Being proud of that shit. You know? And loving on yourself regardless. And limiting access. Limiting access to people who really not trying to hype you up. I be so surprised, like, dang, I ain't know you was a, you know. But it don't stop no motion. Like, it don't never stop no motion. A person who has purpose, you can't ever stop their motion. Because they're going to always lead with their purpose. They're not leading with your opinion. They're not leading with your hate. They're not leading with your jealousy. They're not leading with your grudges. They're leading with love. They're leading with positive energy. They're leading with their purpose. They're leading with a mindset that is moving forward, not backwards. The lady who wrote The Matrix, she talked about, you know, when you're moving forward in life, you live. But if you're moving backwards, it's evil. So live and evil are the same thing, just in reverse. So if you want to move forward, you got to move forward with truth. And she really unlocked something for me there, because if you're trying to move forward, living a lie, believing a lie, understanding a lie, not really want to know who you are, being okay with, you know, the pseudo life, like, no, I don't feel like knowing who I am for real, then you moving backwards. All the time, your whole life, you're moving backwards to a place of evil. But when you move forward to a place of truth, only then can you live. When I heard that, it unlocked a whole nother level in me, my Niji. Because now it made me feel more comfortable living in my truth. Not being afraid to discern the lies. Not being afraid to sometimes being the first one or the second one or the third one in my environment to discover new information that most people don't know. Because guess what? It said if you want to hide something, where you hide it at? Do you want to hide something from an NIGGA? You put it in a book. What most people don't want to read to find out who they are? A book. Just think about it, my Niji. This ain't even rocket science. If you want to hide something, you put it in a book. But guess what? When you're Niji, NIIJA, the first place you're going to look to know who you are is a book. Those hidden, forbidden books. That's where the secret lies. And I'm just so grateful. I wish I had read Christopher Columbus' journal a lot earlier in life. It would have helped me put things into perspective. But we can't go backwards. We can only move forward in truth. So the fact that We even took the time to read that journal because it's long. It takes time out of your day. But to unlock who you are, to unlock that next level of mental change, and to get out, the movie Get Out, to get out of that mindset, because melanin is in, to get out of that mindset of thinking that it's not, you got to read. To be a leader, you got to be a reader. You got to read multiple sources, test your theory, debate, because everybody has a different perspective, and stand in your truth at all times, my Niji. Stand in your truth. Don't be afraid to start that business. Don't be afraid to go back to school. Don't be afraid to quit that job that is making you miserable as fuck, to go do something new. Don't be afraid to pursue a new hobby. Don't be afraid to just take a day off and just go get grounded. Stand on the grass and look at the water. Don't be afraid of that. Don't be afraid to live moving forward. Manifesting. Somebody came to the live earlier and they said, well, everybody can't manifest happiness. I'll be damned. It's you, the one who's saying that you can't, who can't do it. You can't manifest it because you told your brain, I can't manifest happiness. I can't do this. I can't do that. Now, I know y'all heard this. Can't should never be in your vocabulary. I can't. Even though I said I can't stay till 3:30, I talked myself out of it and I ended up doing it anyways. That's the power of the mind. You gotta push through. You can do anything you put your mind through. You can manifest anything you put your mind to. Manifesting doesn't mean that you won't have to work hard. Sometimes what you manifest requires hard work to get you there to plant those seeds. It ain't like, people get manifesting confused with a wish or a fantasy. When you manifest, you're actually doing things that align with what you're actually manifesting. You're putting your spirit, your body, your actions into the place where what you're manifesting has the highest potential to come true. Because normally people who manifest, they are positive, they goal getters, they don't quit, they don't let excuses count them out, they don't live in the past, they know about the trauma, they're not afraid of the trauma, but they use it as fuel. Okay? They use it as fuel. So I need for us to manifest today. Manifest that happiness, manifest that joy over your life. Manifest wealth, manifest not being afraid to know who you are so that you can get out of the matrix. Manifest living in the truth versus in evil. Living forward in the truth. Live in the truth. Live in truth versus living or going backwards into evil. Alright? I can't believe I'm almost to 4 hours. What the freak? I broke my Twitch record today, guys. I broke my record today. I can't believe it. And I can tell y'all one thing, it is not easy for streaming for, long periods of time. But when you want to be a full-time streamer, you have to stream, right? I see people who stream, they'll turn that shit off in 2 minutes because it's intimidating. It look easier than it is to chat. It look a lot easier than it is, but I'm not afraid of challenges. I'm not afraid of hard things. That's kind of what makes me who I am. Dr. Sean, Dr. Chief the Sunflower. I'm not afraid of going against the norm. I'm not afraid of stepping outside of my comfort zone. I'm not afraid of trying something new. I'm not afraid of breaking my own records, and neither should you be. Don't be afraid to break your own record. Don't be afraid to pursue peace. Don't be afraid, guys. Don't be afraid. Alright? So if you're still listening right now, I need you to lean in real close. Real close. Come in close. Come close. Real close. Right there. Yeah. I need you to lean in real close. Okay? Because this part is for the chosen ones, the seekers, the truth tellers, the ones who've been lied to, mislabeled, erased, reclassified. Yet somehow you're still here, okay? And you still hear the call to remember who you are. Despite all of these things, you still find a way to push through, okay? You still find a way. Just know that you're not lost. Your name, your bloodline, the truth is all written down. You just have to unlock the key to go figure it out and not be lazy. How do you do that, Dr. Sean? How? What's the next step? Well, did you do your genealogy? I'm always say start there. That's step one. Getting those census records, those land patents, those treaties, school registries, marriage license. All of these things can help you unlock the code. The records may be hard to read, but they are receipts to your real existence. They tie you to a people. I can't stress enough how Ancestry.com and seeing my actual family tree blossom and seeing all of these people that I'm attached to on record. It is mind-boggling. It is mind-boggling. And I know the deeper I go, the more I uncover. But the thing is, when you do your tree, like I said, it spreads. 2 turns to 4. 4 turns to 8. 8 turns to 16. Next, I'm at the level where there's 32 people in the tree. All these people not from no Africa. That's the biggest lie that we have to stop believing. You got to stop believing it today, tomorrow, or if you don't, you'll be left behind in this Niji movement. You will be left behind because the Niji, we know. We read and we know. And we debunking this every day. You'll be left behind not knowing who you are. Feeling sad. Feeling enslaved. Truly in the mind. Let's get out of that today. Okay? And if you're afraid to dig into who you truly are, ask yourself, who benefits from you having amnesia about who you are? Who benefits from that? Who benefits from you thinking that you were enslaved? Who benefits from that? Just think about that now. Okay, because the erased people, they don't disappear. They just stop being recognized by the government. How long have we heard reparations? They're not going to give no damn reparations because they know who you are. It's not happening. They gave reparations to everybody around the whole world, made you work, can't take a break. You're working 9 to 5, you're working 5 to 10, you're working all these jobs, giving taxes, and they take the taxes and send it across here, send it over here, send it to the war, send it everywhere. They could have been did reparations. They could still do it now because guess who print the money? The government. But why would they do that when they reclassified you to be in this spot? Why would I now pay you? Not happening. It's not happening. This is why it's important to know who you are. That's the only way you get what you truly own and deserve. And we need more people to wake up. Because we didn't disappear. We just stopped being recognized. And that's the difference between pseudo-history versus ancestral reality. They told us we were from Africa, yet many of us have no African names, no African traditions, only stories of plantations right here on Turtle Island. And the story about the plantation, if you read a lot of those journals from the people who, the pirates and the conquistadors and the pilgrims who arrived, they started these wars on the edge of the land until they got into the interior. And then when they went to these villages, they would burn things down, kind of like Black Wall Street. Ain't nothing changed in 300, 400, 500 years. They would burn the village, sit outside the village, use the people as target practice, and then whoever remained, turn them into POWs, change their name, and say they were brought with them from Africa. When these people were actually on the land, they stood in their house, built a fort, and took over the place. So people saying, I'm from, my records show that I was a, who benefits from that storyline? You don't benefit from that storyline. Who benefits from that storyline? Okay? They'll show us images of teepees and feathers. Okay. But we come from longhouses, riverside communities, warriors, herbalists with copper toned skin and matriarchal power. So pseudo history was sold to keep you disconnected. So if you feel disconnected, that's why. Colonizers wrote the script, but your body still remembers your original people. Okay? So I know you feel like I feel like I'm being rebellious by rejecting this lie. But it's alignment. You're just aligning with who you truly are. That's why nobody can tell me who I am no more. Unless you're going to pull out my genealogy, which you can't do because I already did it, and tell me that I'm something that I'm not, you can't do because I already did it. That's the power of knowing who you are. Because when I pull out that genealogy, I see my ancestors, all of them, all the names, all the great 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 grandparents and great great uncles, and is mind boggling. It's mind blowing. And that's how we heal through the truth. But tie yourself to the truth. Tie yourself to your real people, not just some people they told you when you went to high school you was a slave. And you like, okay, well I was a slave. You ain't even do your genealogy. That ain't even true. And if you did have that on there, that's because you were a POW. A lot of times kidnapped. Christopher Columbus, if you never read the journal, I'll tell you what it looked like. But when you read a journal, it will have you in tears. What these people thought, how he moved when he came to the land. He was kidnapping children. He was kidnapping women, men, all of them. Yeah, from the moment he arrived at Turtle Island, he saw people and he couldn't believe how they looked. He said they were beautiful. They looked like the people in the Canary Islands, copper tone. Yeah, that's what he said. And then they turned around and said he discovered an empty land. So you gotta heal through the truth, guys. So when you study your genealogy, you're not just tracing clout. You're retracing footsteps, man. Don't get too busy in your life that you don't have time to trace who you are. And you rather believe somebody tell you who you are? Nah. Your ancestors had land, wealth, dignity, ceremony, sovereignty. You know what sovereignty means? Sovereignty would save a lot of those we talked about earlier. Fathers who get targeted by the system. When you know who you are, sovereignty means you police yourself. You patrol yourself. Your people don't need nobody to be over them, to make you less than them, to make you feel less than them, to make you feel like you live in a lie. You're sovereign. This is what we have to connect to our ancestors who had land, wealth, dignity, ceremony, sovereignty. Okay, trauma was not our origin. It was an interruption. So with Hood to Hooded, before I got into this mindset, I'm thinking, dang, the hood is just how we started. But that's a generational curse. These are spells put on our life to make us think that we started from nothing, to make us think that all we had was this hood shit. When in actuality, our ancestors had way more than that. They didn't have no social security, all this stuff. As I go back, I'm learning so much. They didn't have to deal with so much paperwork being put on their top to try to force them into an identity. Okay? When you reclaim the truth, you heal your nervous system. That fight or flight system, it calms down. I'm telling y'all, it calms down when you learn who you are. You be so calm. You be so relaxed in your spirit. When you know who you are, and you don't gotta wonder, and this person saying who, you gotta know who you are. There are 8 billion people on the earth. And if a colonizer trying to tell you who you are, you gotta know who that benefit. Does it benefit you for them to tell you who you truly are, or does it benefit them for them to tell you who you are, to make up something? All right. So when you heal yourself, you heal your nervous system. You're clearing the fog. You're clearing the confusion. You stop performing and you start living. You stop moving backwards in evil, and you start moving forward in peace, and you start living your best life. Knowing who you are frees your mind from the mental plantation syndrome. A lot of y'all locked y'allself into a mental plantation. It's like, I was on the plantation, you wasn't never there. Your ancestors had land. They was farmers. They was into agriculture. They was into creating. They was into, using cotton as wealth. The same way they came and took the cotton and got wealthy off of it. That was our cotton. They came and put a negative connotation to it. Made us think we got on the boat. Hundreds and hundreds of people, which is impossible. Christopher Columbus barely made it over here, y'all. He barely survived. They barely had food. They was starving. Now, if you had millions of people on, come on now. We gotta sometimes just think about some of the things that we've been taught don't make no damn sense. Okay? So what's one thing you were taught about your people that you now question? So for me, I was taught that my people were slaves. But when I go do my genealogy, I discover, you might have tricked some of my elders, but you will not trick me. I'm going to trace those footprints. And the more I trace them, the more empowered I get. The more empowered I am to tell my people, hey, these your grand people. These your grand people. I know I'm getting sleepy. These your grand people. This your grandpappy. This your great great grandpappy. And they be like, what? That my great. Yes, this your grandpappy. That's how I feel every time I discover a new ancestor on my tree and I'm able to connect the dots. It's like, it's like a puzzle or something. It's renewing that memory of who you are. I could tell people now who connects to me, hey man, we wasn't. They be like, well, that ain't what I learned. Who taught you that? What you learned? Well, I always heard it. We was like, who taught you that? Who does that benefit? For you to teach your kids that they were nothing, you that you were nothing. It blocks you out of even going to search for who you are. If the enemy can tell you who you are before you wonder who you are, you don't gotta wonder. But when you start wondering, hey now, if you're my enemy and you telling me who I am, something ain't right about that shit. Okay? Something ain't right. I'm talking to my black Americans. Something ain't right. So we gotta exit the matrix, guys, and enter the truth. This world runs on the illusions, it runs on the propaganda, it runs on the lies. Okay, they fear the day you wake up and say, I am not who you labeled me to be. I am not who you labeled me to be. I'm not. Because what you labeled me to be only benefits you. It does not benefit me. I am not. Okay? Don't wait for permission to claim your name and your nation and your inheritance. You don't need permission for that. A lot of us waiting on, well, what's next? You waiting on permission. What I'm here to tell you is you don't need permission to do your ancestry. You can go on, download it right now, put your name, your mama name, your daddy name, and start the journey. Granted, it might be a couple dollars a month, but you're going to spend that on some pizza, on some shoes. Knowing who you are is priceless. Priceless. I put my cousin's pictures in there. I put my uncle's pictures in there that I can find. It is priceless seeing your family tree. I just want to complete my tree and like get it put on a t-shirt or something. Like it's just crazy. Mind-boggling. So this is what keeps me healing, keeps me showing up, keeps me unapologetic, keeps me standing on business about who I am, keeps me blocking the trolls, because you ain't gonna tell me who I am. If you know who you are and you feel like you was that and you don't understand true history, I can't knock your truth, but don't try to knock my truth. You know, read those records, ask your elders, find the land patents, decode those census records. You know, each one doing this will be a lot faster. I have another relative for part of my tree. I think this is like the Redmond side, like my dad's side. And they've done a lot of the work for me. I found so many pictures, like, because they're researching as well. They research every day. I don't know who this person is, but they're part of my tree. One day we'll probably meet, but they're part of my tree. And I'm like, wow, I'm finding so much evidence. That's what, imagine 100 of us in the tribe doing this, knowing who we are, digging into the records. How powerful would that make your tribe? I was talking to my aunt and I was telling her this, and she was like, "Well, that's what I always believed, that we came from being enslaved." And then we got into the conversation. She was like, "But I also heard that our granddaddy was the richest guy in the county." How can both things be true? They both can be true. It ain't that much time for us to get out of being enslaved and become the richest. Like, we got to start telling the truth. We was very wealthy. Stop letting people tell you who you are. This goes back to my dad in high school saying that they showed him roots. They showed them roots in high school. They don't do that no more. I wonder why they don't do that anymore. So you got to know who you are. Exit the matrix. Okay? Don't settle for half-truths served by full-time deceivers. You see how Trump said, "Man, we're going to do this in 2 weeks," and it was 2 seconds later. Don't fall for these half-truths served by people who are meant to deceive you full time. And once you know, don't go back to sleep. Don't let nobody trick you into going back to sleep and being lazy about who the hell you are. You just gotta know who you are. Okay? I can't believe I met my 4-hour mark for the first time on stream as a streamer. So cheers to me, guys. Woohoo! I actually kept this stream going for 4 freaking hours. Amazing. I'm proud of myself. Okay? So the truth will make you uncomfortable, right? Before it makes you free. So if you have that uncomfortable feeling with the things that I say, don't believe me. You got to go do it, the research for yourself. You can't get caught up in the pseudo history, because Native Americans, American Indians, 2 different things. Native Americans from Mongolia. American Indians are autochthonous. They're of this soil. There were melanated people on every soil. So these truths gonna make you uncomfortable because you haven't been taught the truth. So it's gonna make you be like, do your research. But if you're still listening, I believe you're ready for freedom of the mind. Don't be afraid of your own records. Don't be afraid of your ancestors' records. That's where the truth lies. The real you is waiting behind the pages they hope you would never turn. They hoped you would never go to the census. They hope that you would never even be interested. They hope that, what I told you is what it is. What I tell you, you believe. You don't go outside of this. That's why they said, hey, we banning reading. We banning writing. We don't want y'all to read nothing we reading and writing, because we putting a lot of shit in here that you should know. It's about you, but we don't want you to read this. So you're not lost. You were hidden. Okay? But now we are waking up, my Niji. From hood to hood and beyond. So let's walk in our truth. And I will see you guys in the next episode. This is Dr. Cheetah's Sunflower, aka Dr. Sean, the motivational dentist, giving it to you from the generational curse to the oral health hygiene to the positive energy. We going somewhere. This is like my 30th day live for the second time for this consistency challenge. I did 34 days the first time, fell off, and now I'm on my second time trying to do 365. I do, like, when tragedies happen in my life, I may take longer, like a couple, but for the most part, been consistent at this on my streaming journey. So we learned a lot today. I see that going 4 hours a day, I'm gonna really have to do some IRL, like take y'all with me for my dental day or when I'm out and about, because it can get a bit. I just wanted to test it today and see how 4 hours look. I saw something and it said that you need to stream 5 to 8 hours and have 6,000 to 8,000 viewers to make 100K a month on streaming. That's a lot. That's a foreign fetch. And to do that, you really have to have a passion for it. So I'm just testing it out, seeing how it works, building my audience, and taking it day at a time. And started from 0, and now I'm almost to 100 on Twitch. So thank you to all of my new Twitch followers. Thank you to all my Kick supporters, YouTube. Love my YouTube tribe. Facebook. We're still working on the Facebook tribe, but I feel like the algorithm on Facebook don't like the live platform that I stream from. So shout out to all my Facebook replay viewers. And who else? Yeah, all of you guys. Thank you for supporting me. Continue to like, share, subscribe, follow, all of the free stuff. If you can't support by clicking the tip link, you can always support by sharing, liking, commenting, and engaging with my content to help me reach more audiences who want to know the truth, who aren't afraid of getting out of that comfort zone, and who are just enlightened people. Okay? So I'll see you to my Niji out there, and I will see y'all in the next episode. I'm getting off of here for real. 4 hours later. Peace, guys.
I know sometimes life can be tough, and you feel like you just had enough. When you're thinking everything is gone wrong, just remember that I'm here to cheer you on. Yeah, I wanna pick you up from the ground, let you know that I'm always around. 'Cause I know we can make it, yes we can make it if we try. Keep on trying. You got it. I believe in you. You got it. I know you got this. You got it. Just keep on trying. You got it. There's been a lot of bumps in the road. Oh yeah. Always carrying that oh so heavy load. When you feel like there's too much on your plate, just call on me, and I'll help you carry some of that weight. I wanna make you understand, let you know that there's always a helping hand. 'Cause I know we can make it, yeah we can make it if we try. Yes we can make it if we try. Keep on